Rescue. Ha!
Yo, Pin.
Ah! No! Oh, that assist, baby! No! Don't touch him. No! You... What did I do? It's an accident. Freaking Vito. I got the triple collapse! Oh! Ah! Oh, Danielle, go to the fire thing. It teleports us.
I want my money back.
I trusted you! Trombone. This one is trombone. Yo, I got it! Yes! Let's go! Yeah! 24 hours done. 24 hours finished.
Oh, time to beat 23 hours, 28 minutes.
Yo!
Chippy Chunkus!
We did it! Oh my god! I couldn't have done it without you guys.
What the fuck up? Holy shit!
Wait, it went through? I gave him 50 bucks. I gave him 50 bucks. Bro. Oh, I should keep this running for now, actually. I missed you too, bro. It felt weird to not stream. I also had stuff IRL. So, like, you know. Anyway, why am I so blue? Jesus, okay. This is so weird. How you doing, bro? How you doing, Chimmy? Look at my hair. Look at that. Bro, my hair grows so quick. Wait. Look at that. Okay, my arm hair hasn't grown as quick, but, you know, I didn't wax. I mean, I waxed it, so that makes sense. How you doing, bro? How are you doing? I missed you too. I missed streaming. No way it's your birthday. Is it actually your birthday? Wait, is it your birthday? Today? Today's not your birthday. I love how I say it as if I know exactly when your birthday is. Today, your birthday is August 1st? Wait. If it's actually your... Damn. Wait. No, tell me it's not true. You're 70, bro. Damn, thanks for the sub, bro. Wait, why didn't the sub alert pop up? Great. Now I gotta figure that shit out. Thank you so much. I didn't even know. Damn, thank you, Dino. Sheesh, we already got a sub on our stream back. Thank you, Dino. I'm gonna play guitar for you. Damn, I gotta play guitar for two people. Birthday boy and... Oops, I pressed the wrong button. And the sub. Let me pause this music. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jimmy Chungus. Happy birthday to you. Yeah. Thank you for the sub, Tina. Yeah. I hope that was good enough. Damn, 70 years old. I'm gonna write down your birthday in my calendar so I don't forget next year. All right? If you're still here next year. Even if you're not, I'll still say it because I'm cool like that. August 1st. That's a nice birthday. Chimichangas. Hell yeah, bro. Okay. Gonna play some Huh? Gonna play some Huh? Okay, it works. Gonna play some Fall Guys if anyone wants to join, but I'll do a solo first, I guess. But damn, how has it been not seeing me for like 3 days? It's been weird for me. It's alright, I always got school supplies growing up. Wait, I don't get it. You always got school supplies like for your birthday? Oh, what'd you get turning 70? Imagine you were actually 70 this whole time. And just use like a face thing to make yourself look younger. And this whole time you were like tricking everyone, but not tricking everyone because you're actually 70. Cartman's birthday jingle. Thank you for the sub though, Dino. Oh, you have the 1.5 year badge. Wait, it's over a year. I gotta fix that. Bro, that sounded terrible. I think that was like the shortest jingle I've ever heard in my life. I think my song was better. Wait, let me write down. Sub notifications change. If it's over a year, I guess I don't have a message. You got arthritis? Let's go. You're mid-30s? Damn, sucks to suck, am I right? Just kidding. At least you don't have dementia. How long does it take to get dementia? Or it depends on the family stuff, right? But like, what's the average age of someone who has dementia, or the median age? You're mid-30s, damn. I remember when I was mid-30s. That was crazy. Or do I? Damn, seeing the moments badge next to your guys' name is pretty cool, actually. We gotta make more moments. I want to have at least one moment per month. Like oh, I don't know how I did that. That was amazing. Like one really cool stream per month, you know? At least. I'm gonna start doing Pokemon stuff again. So beating a Nuzlocke might be like a moment. That might be one thing. Meh, my insurance real cheap. Nice. Is that the only thing? Mid-30s is nice though, right? Because you're not turning 40 or 30 or 20. But you're not at that number where it's like midlife crisis or like, oh my god, it's an extra digit, you know? Well, like to the tens place. Dementia is more common for people around 65. 30 is the 20s, but richer. True. Well, I say true as if I know, but true in the sense of you're probably going to have more money and richer relationships in life, but also probably more responsibilities, right? So, like having a kid and a wife, having kids and a wife, having, you know, it's pretty midlife crisis-y. Oh, how can we help you make it not real life crisis-y? Excuse me. You're like, by changing the topic. Fair enough. Topic changed. Maybe if I didn't have kids, I'd be... What do you mean maybe? Of course. But also, I don't know about you, Chimmy, but I'm sure you're happy that you have kids, right? I had a midlife crisis once. Yo, Chrysler? You had a midlife Chrysler? Damn. Aren't Chryslers expensive? I got over my crisis. Nice. How'd you get it over it? Watching the subathon, right? I can't even speak English. Oh, my friend messaged me before. I forgot to respond. He's like, bro, you're back. And I was like, yes, I'm black. I mean, what? Yes, I'm back. Hell yeah. Truly, death scares me in a weird way. Yeah, a lot of people are fearful of death. I don't know. I went through a nihilistic period of my life where I was just like, nothing really matters in life. And after coming out of that, I came to the conclusion that because nothing matters, like, and because I don't know what happens after death, it kind of just is what it is. But for now, I'm pretty good. I love him. Glad I had them younger. Hell yeah. Trying to keep up with stuff. That makes sense. Yeah, that's why I want to find a girl already, because I'm I'm not getting any younger, you know? Wise words, I guess. What's up, Random? How you doing? What's up, guys? It's Random Person. Thanks for the applause, as always. I know, you know, if I ever see you in real life, I expect you to clap. But you're the only person I expect to clap for me. Like, I just see you and you just start clapping. That would be beautiful. You're well? Nice. Nice! I don't know where Apple is, bro. Oh. Apple's right here. Apple bottom jeans. Brutes with the fur. Yeah, for me, death is not really scary. But I've heard it being scary for other people. It was scary for me in the past. Death of people I love is sad. It's like more sad than scary to me. If I really think about death, it becomes scary, but damn, we're talking about death a lot. But I don't know. By the way, we're going to play a bunch of Fall Guys, and I'm a dumbass. I forgot to put crowd control on. But no one realized, but I'm going to turn it on now because I'm a good streamer. And we're going to play some Poke MMO later. I want Pokemon to be one of the main things on the channel. I tried to do it before, and then I stopped, and then I tried again, and then I stopped. And I'm trying it again. And I'm going to try 100 YouTube videos on Pokemon. 100 streams. I don't know about streams, but 100 YouTube videos on Pokemon. And if nothing happens, then I will stop streaming and making YouTube videos forever. No, I would probably just get really, 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 really sad. And then try to figure something out again. Fortunately, I don't give up. Maybe not scary, maybe painful to think about, ceasing to exist. You see, what makes me feel better about it is just looking at the reality of it, which is that we don't know what in actuality what will happen. So if we don't know what will happen, maybe after we die, we do exist just in a different manner. Maybe reincarnation is a thing. Maybe, I mean, I'm more inclined to believe that all of that is bullshit. But you know, if one of them is real, it's easier to deal with life now. I don't know. Didn't know you are now a streaming talking about a serious theme. We talk about everything here, okay? Serious, not serious. Sucking at Fall Guys. Sucking on falling guys, you know? I don't know, lost my mind in my late teens, been in dangerous situations, have loved one with potential sickness. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's why I say, like, I'm not... like, I'm not saying... Like, I can see why it's scary to think about. And, you know, maybe life experiences will shape how I think about it differently in the future. But for me right now, it's just like... It's nothing I can change. And it's nothing that I really know about. Yeah, I don't know. It's like my dog died, which is obviously not the same as my mom dying. And it feels like it doesn't exist anymore, right? But there's nothing I can do about that. If you die, then you know what happens. Or you don't know what happens, right? Or maybe you just cease to exist and that's all that happens. And maybe, you know, you're remembered by loved ones and friends, but even that fades away, right? Like in 1,000 years or in 20,000, in an X amount of years, every like anyone who would have known about you will be gone and your memory will be gone from existence. Assuming that we're not, you know, there's no heaven and stuff like that, whatever. So all we can do is really just live life the way we want to, I guess, without harming other people. What's up, Nathan? Welcome to... Yo, the hair is growing back, though. How you doing, Nathan? Serious, not serious. Serious FM. We should play a game like that. That's funny. Everyone dies one day. Yeah, that might change in the future, though. Which would be crazy, but... That's true, very deep. His hair is... It's coming in, right? It's... I don't know about nicely, but it's coming in. Didn't notice here. Right? It grows back so fast. What was it? Like less than a week? It's been like less than a week. How you doing though, Nathan? Borudo Master. By the way, I've been on I'm a dumbass. I've been on the Discord talking in voice chat lately. Oh my god, I suck. I'll be honest, I don't know if it's gonna keep happening just because I don't know how I qualified. I almost got out. Just because like I was doing it like around stream hours and stuff. But if you guys want to talk off stream, you know, or to other people in the community, people are chilling in the Discord lately, so that could be fun. I still don't know why I can't join the Discord. Yeah. I think I accidentally banned you because I thought you were someone else. That's funny. But I thought you're not banned on the Discord, so I don't know what's going on, to be honest. Sorry, I just saw that someone new joined the Discord, so I was like wondering. Ah, the hell is this? No. Oh, this is the stupid volleyball shit. Haha, what a loser. You just noticed the subathon is over? Bro, are you sleeping? No! I'm just joking. I love you, random. It's been over. It's bent over. I'm gonna make a YouTube video on it, but basically, it went on for 9 days, I think. I'm gonna say 10 because that sounds better. So we'll just say 10. And I kind of capped it because we were running out. I felt like the content was getting dry. And it was my brother's birthday and stuff. But I'm dumb. I shouldn't have. Oh, I'm getting. Oh, I suck at this. But I shouldn't have capped it. I mean, it is what it is. How? This game mode is stupid. I meant my sub I got gifted. My bad. F. Without meaning me chilling in the Discord. You see, this guy's screwing up now. Or maybe he's doing that on purpose. I don't know. I'm going to read chat after this because I'm too much of a dumbass. I got to play fairly decent in this game right now. This stuff still have Jimmy's emotes. Nice. Nice. Well, this guy's a pro. He's doing it on purpose to get more points. Come on. Yes. Or maybe not. I hate this game mode. Come on. No. I was so close. Without meaning me chilling in the Discord. Yeah. Do you like Rammstein? What's Rammstein? I don't know what that is. Do you like Snoop Dogg? Snoop Dogg's okay. How's your bro's birthday? My sub ended. No PP made. Sag. How was my brother's birthday? Oh yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, it wasn't exciting as I thought it would be, but when people came over that Saturday, which was a few days ago, that was pretty fun. So, by the way, you guys see this? This you don't need to spend any money on. If we have crazy moments like I shave my head again, or I dye my hair, or you know I win in some crazy game or something, then me and or mods could clip that moment, and you guys could get a badge for being a viewer during that moment. It's actually pretty cool. So when we ended the subathon, we made it a moment, and as you can see, like Jimmy has the moment badge. I think Dinell has the moment badge and stuff like that. Rammstein the band. I don't think I've heard of them, to be honest. Have I this badge? You do not have this badge. Or maybe you do and you have to equip it. I don't know. You have to be there during the stream and then confirm that you were there while you're on the stream or something. I don't know exactly how it works. But Twitch released it fairly recently. Like they released it right as we were ending the subathon. To like X amount of streamers, so kind of cool. Been searching up in But yeah, we have crowd control on. You guys, yeah, you should put Ramstein on, by the way, Chimmy. I want to hear it. Unless this is Ramstein. I haven't heard this song. But you guys can mess with the stream. I have crowd control on right now. Control my stream. I'm just gonna rename the title here. Hey, oh, this, yeah, you could put Snoop Dogg. This is not Snoop Dogg, right? Why can't I buy with channel points? You should be able to buy. If you don't see it, then you refresh your page. So I don't know why TTS says new, but see, I don't see it, so I'm just gonna. They're saying Du hast Amerika. America, maybe I've heard. Wait, blend with W's best song. Put it on. Put it on if you want. All right, let's see. Actually, I don't see it pop up either. You might have to click on the thing that's on stream. So you go to the menu, and I think you could buy them if you're on the menu. I don't know how it looks for you guys, to be honest, but you know. Sumimasen. Still not there. Sag. Can we get some Sages in chat for random? I don't know why random. That sucks pee-pee holes. I'll tell you what, random. I will spend my infinite points to make me do something for you. What do you, depending on what you want to make me do. What do you want to make me do? Or what do you want to make, well, that's not as cool though, I guess, because then I know what's going to happen. I did it in the queue. Oh, okay. Very nice. Oh, I'm going to be top 10. Watch this. I'm going to be top 10. Top 5 question mark? Top 5, baby. Let's go. Oh, I know this song. I know this song. Ale, ale, ale. I never seen the music video though. That looks cool. You just claim 50 crowd coins. Oh, okay. I'm not giving you anything then. You could use your points. I think if you get gifted a sub or you sub, you get free crowd points. Crowd coins. Ale, ale, ale. So you might have had those 50 crowd coins from getting gifted it or something. But yes, this week will be chill streams mostly, I think. Hopefully some collab streams with other streamers. I do want to mess with other streamers, and like we were doing the subathon and stuff. And we'll be going back to Pokemon, speaking of Pokemon, as well. So yeah, that is a thing as well. Can I play with you? Yeah, you could. After this game, you could join in. For anyone wondering what the username is, this is the username. Ale, ale. Oh. Damn. I'm also thinking that I might do some 24-hour streams. Because the subathon was nice in that sense. 24-hour streams, I don't sleep at all though, so because I haven't done 24-hour streams in a while. Playing with him online on Fall Guys. Oh, I think Nathan was talking about how you claimed the crowd control points, maybe. But yeah, anyone is welcome to join Fall Guys. Fall Guys. Troll him for me if you can. Why, bro? You could crowd control troll me. Why you gotta troll me in the game too? That's racism. I mean, you could if you want, but... Oh. It looks so weird not seeing a timer on my OBS screen. I'm not gonna lie. If you guys... By the way, if you guys were wondering how it felt after the subathon, it felt like I was second to go. That's to qualify. It felt like I was not living in reality. It felt like my family was fake and their conversations were like NPCs in a video game, and that this was my real life. Streaming, like virtual reality is real, and then outside of that is fake. That's what it felt like when I finished the subathon. You know, I went up to spend time with my brother, and that's how it felt. Wait, what? This is beautiful. When did this come out, Nathan? This is so good. Yo, this is so good. Wait, who made this? Oh, this came out in 2018? Wow. This is hilarious, bro. Yo, Mac, what's up, bro? How was Comic-Con, bro? How was your sword? You know, you and Nathan now have swords. Nathan also has a sword. Maybe we are in a simulation. Maybe we're just a dream. We don't know. True. I don't think we're in a simulation, but apparently it's been proven. I don't know. I don't know enough about that stuff, to be honest. Starting middle school in 2 days. Nice. Let's go. Damn, I forgot you're so young. Sheesh. I hope you enjoy it, bro. I hated middle school. Possibly some of the worst times of my life. But, you know, hopefully it's not for you. Snoop Dogg. I know it is. I literally cannot pass this game mode with an overlay, bro. Why did you do it on one that I might have a chance on? Like, I've definitely lost. God damn it, bro. I'm nervous, but I'm going to a good school. That's good. That's good. It's just middle school is the time. Yeah, I lost. Oh, yeah. That's a smart way to get me to end quicker so we could play together, though. You're going to a good school? That's good. That's good. That's good. But I think everyone's mental is like a bit off in middle school. I mean, I still found some cool friends. And I was a class clown in some classes and really, really quiet in other classes. So I'll invite you too, Nathan, if you want to join. The next song is not available, so I'm going to have to skip it. Wait, is this the same thing? Yo, it's so good. All right. You don't need to play it again, though. But it is good. That was the plan? That was a good plan. I had a giant steak for dinner. Nice. Do you guys like steak? I honestly don't like steak. Nathan, if you want to join, let me know, by the way. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't respond in 10 seconds, I press play. 10, 9, 8, 20 ounces? I don't know if that's a lot or not. 4, 3, 2, 1. That's your last invite. This song reminds me of Spy Family. I gotta watch that show. 2, 1. Okay, I'm guessing Nathan's not playing. I'll ready up then. 0.01. In a game? Oh, okay. After this game, we'll invite you then. Yo. My bad. There's all kinds of steak. How can you be sure you don't like it? I don't like meat in general. That's why. Unless like I've had so many different types of meat, and I just generally don't. I just don't like that. Oh, you were able to join. Let's go. Wait, let me cancel this. I just generally don't like steak, which is good and bad. It's good if I ever want to go vegan, which I've considered before, but it seems like a lot of work too. For comparison, the average steak is 8 ounces. Jesus, you got 20 ounces then? Why'd you have so much? This porterhouse filet mignon toubé. Like, even the steak I like, there's the steak I like. I don't remember the different names for the cuts. Like, I don't remember the differences. But I do know that there's one that I like at Hot Pot a lot. Like, very thin pieces of steak. I love that. Aside from that, every other steak I've ever had, or like meat-based product, I don't really like. Like, my mom made really nice steak. I've had at a restaurant, like, pretty cool steak. Well, it wasn't cool. It was hot. Good joke, pink. Buttums. Of course, the buttums is not working. Bro, honestly, why do so many things not work, guys? It actually kind of annoys me a lot sometimes. Like none of these buttons are working. Not tube. Not tube. Tube. Oh. You had a thick cut sirloin. Yeah, I don't like that. It's too much, bro. Snoop Dogg. You gonna make a song out of that? What is tube steak? Is it literally just a tube of steak? Like it looks like cheese or something? Or just wanna go. Didn't end up like this. It was only a kiss. It was only a kiss. I touched her buttocks, but she was not awake. I'm just joking. That's kind of how like the song sounds, even though I like it. That's your favorite type? I don't like that. I mean, if you like that, that's cool, but I don't know, bro. It's too much. I don't know. Go portable steak? I gotta see a picture of this, bro. Hey, we're 4th place. Very nice. It's killing me. Tube steak. Whoa. Bro, it looks like a sausage. Wait, is tube steak literally like just a hot dog? Bro, I don't think Google Images showed something kind of TOS, so we're just gonna X that for now. But Destiny's calling me. Why don't the buttons work? I hate this stupid ass shit. It only happens more recently. And none of these buttons are working. It's like the stupid... Oh, I might need to update the plugins. I have so much that goes into like the stream behind the scenes. Like, I'm such a hard worker. Not really, but kind of. Update plugins for OBS. I got 2 reminders for today. And then also sleep, mute, Discord. When people are sleeping in the Discord, I could drag them to the sleeping part. Anyway. It sucks playing with shitty Wi-Fi. Oh, that sucks.
Hello there.
Yo, what's up, gamer? Best moment we have. How you doing? It's a euphemism? Oh. Bro, I looked that up and I almost... bro, I saw the pee-pee, bro, coming from a guy. How you doing, gamer? Yeah. I'm like, I shouldn't have capped it, but at the same time, I feel like we did a lot of cool things throughout the subathon. Like, it went on for 9 days. Like, we did a lot of cool stuff. Hopefully, the YouTube video comes out good. I got all the clips that I feel like will go into the video, and I just gotta edit it now. Fine, tired. Fair. Do you have Fall Guys, gamer? I'm gonna sabotage the other teams. Nice. Wait, no, don't sabotage the other teams. That's the worst strategy in this game mode. Literally, just going for the ball, you win, like, all the time. Like, pretty much all the time. Bodies dancing in the moonlight. I just sabotaged our own team. Bodies feeling wild and bright. Find a natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. I thought you were saying fire red for a second. Fine, tired. Ow. Bro, this red guy could go shove a penis up his cock. What? He's being very annoying. It's a supernatural delight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's... My god, these red guys... Oh, it doesn't even matter. The yellow team is getting killed, bro. Let's go. Sing in the moonlight. Dancing. You see what I mean? When most of your team sticks to one of them, you win, bro. That's how it works. Sabotaging is really dumb in this game mode, in my opinion. I think it's really dumb. I don't think it helps. I think it hurts. But I could be wrong. GG's. Why does this... Huh? Bro. I didn't even turn this on. How did this light turn on, bro? What? Oh, I might have pressed the controller by accident. I wish I could put this somewhere, guys. You guys can barely read it too. But it says ping pong with the big schlong masters. Did you like Ben W? Yeah, it was a good song. I don't want to hear it every second, but it was a good song. It's a pretty catchy song. And the natural side, everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Tube steak. I gotta remember that one for the future. See, I learned so much from you guys. This is why I stream. No, it isn't. It's to make billions of dollars, which will never happen, but... Okay. All right, let's avoid fake tiles, bro. Sing in the moonlight. Let's avoid them tiles. I'm definitely not tired. The moon. Oh, and I fell. Everybody's singing, mom and bright. It's supernatural. Bro, you shouldn't be doing it, team. You should let them do it. Yeah, let them do it. If we do it, then we get killed. Let's go! No! Qualify. Random. Please qualify, bro. Qualify. Yes! Oh, Nathan didn't qualify. Nathan! What is our team? Okay. All right, we're good. Good shit, guys. I qualified second, so I carried us. But this random sucks ass. So we're going to have to carry him through the game. Or she. Ken's Taylor. I'm going to report them for being a terrible player. Right, let me just report them real quick. We're going to go with cheating by playing bad. Bad sportsmanship by not playing well. I'm just joking. Imagine. Hey. What hey? I carried us through that round. But also good job. Bro, how is this guy not making it, bro? Just jump. What are you doing, Step Bro? What? Bro, I swear, this guy's like a random that's watching the stream and like purposefully falling. I can't tell. Why am I bad? I don't know, bro. Get better. Just kidding, but also not really. I like being toxic sometimes. So I apologize. This guy's actually trash. This is the worst player I've ever seen in my life. This is an actual like dumbass, bro. Like or it's like a 5-year-old kid. Which is okay, I guess, but the random person was terrible. This guy, not me. So why are you saying random? Because random means many things, okay? Random, it doesn't just mean you, bro, okay? You chose a name that has a word that is a very common word. It's like if your name was hello, and or like hey, and I was like, hey, what's up, Nathan? And you'd be like, bro, why are you talking about me? And I'm like, bro, I'm not talking about you. Hello? What's up, Timmy? How you doing? You know what I mean? You doing good? Let's go, bro. How's the role playing going? Have you changed up your voice for the role playing? Have you been going like, hey guys, or have you just, catching filthy criminals? We didn't even qualify. I thought we qualified. Oh, I know, I'm just joking. Oh, okay. Well, I can't tell, okay, because everything is in text. Now I know that you joke, okay? I don't know if I thought you were serious usually when you get mad. Now I think you joke more often. Lion. Oh, random. Are you the new person on the Discord, by the way? Yeah. This Taylor, however his name is. Yeah, that was like the worst Fall Guys player I've ever seen in my life. Fuck. In my life. Wow, yeah, wow. I'm gonna be in Discord if anyone wants to chat. All Taylors are bad. I like that name Taylor though. I think there was a cute girl in elementary or my controller. God. in elementary or high school or something whose name was Taylor, so she was bad, if you know what I mean. But yeah. Yeah, that was like a 5-year-old playing, or just a really bad player. That was really bad. But it's fine. It's fine. We're playing on track attack. We're attacking the track, so we should be good. You know, I still have the maid outfit just sitting on my piano. And did you know that I'm really tired too, if you can't tell? I don't know why, though. I feel like I was less tired during the subathon than I am right now. Taylor Swift, Darther. I'm not going to wear the maid costume. I will only wear the maid costume if I get 100 subs right now. I'll wear it for the rest of stream. Who's Darther? I don't know who Darther is. Tell me after the game, because, you know, we have to win, or after this round. But Darther?
Darther.
I don't know who that is. I know who Taylor Swift is. I don't know who Darter is. Who's Darter? How you doing, by the way, Nathan? I heard your voice. How you doing? Oh, it's a kid? There's probably some good Taylors out there. Bro, how did we not qualify? Why are we playing like trash, bro? Alright. Yeah, I don't know who Darther is, bro. I'm just saying, I don't know who that is. Taylor Darther? Taylor Darther. Darter. The English darts player? Darther? Bro, I don't even know. Kennedy Armstrong? Taylor Armstrong? I don't know, bro. Fucking autocorrect. Sorry. Just wasted 5 crowd points for like nothing because it didn't even work. I hate when things don't work. No, it did work. I was being moved left. I thought my controller broke. You didn't waste that. I thought my controller broke. Daughter. Taylor daughter. Taylor's daughter. I don't know who Taylor daughter is. Taylor daughter. Taylor's daughter Kennedy. I don't know, bro. I don't know who this person is. Guys, you heard of what's that guy? Andrew Tate, the guy with the British accent, but not that British because he was born in America. I don't know how to do accents. I know that guy's been blowing up recently. It's always interesting to me to see who's blowing up recently. So I could be like, what can I do to blow up? Like, not blow up like that, but, you know. I will E. I apologize. Yeah, daughter. I don't know. Time to speedrun. Let's go, baby. Speedrunning time. No blend W. Yeah, that song's okay, but, you know. I don't know, bro. I'm tired. I mean, I am energetic, and I have the hair of a god. Look at this. My head is also being smashed by my headphones, so hopefully that stops happening. Too many Godzillas in this game. Why stream if tired? Because I thought it would wake me up, and it did wake me up a bit. And also, I didn't stream in a while, so I wanted to stream. Wow, I don't sound that tired, right? Like, I have energy. I don't know what that was, but... Plus, tired streams are funny streams sometimes, too, because I say even more random stuff, so... Yeah. I didn't stream the day after the subathon. How? I didn't stream the day the subathon ended, obviously, because it ended. But also my brother's birthday. And then I didn't stream Saturday to celebrate my brother's birthday. And then I didn't stream Sunday to see friends that I didn't see in 3 years because of COVID-related stuff. And then, and now I'm streaming today. Trying to stream every day, you know? Oh! How did I screw that up, bro? Oh my god. All right, let's go. Boom! I qualified. Let's go, Lily Bunny. Let's go, Nathan. Let's go, Nathan. Good job, random. Oh, that was close. Good shit, bro. Why is the random always the worst in our group? Are we gods at video games or just Fall Guys? Because what the heck, bro? What is he doing? Jump on the yellow thing. Why are you waiting? And he's red and blue, too. Like, he's a Ping Pong Moosters person. Just go forward. I mean, we're qualifying, but what are you doing, Step Bro? Why you? All right, let's go. Okay, he made it. Or random, but not random. That's what I call a pro gamer. True. I'm gonna rename the stream. I'm gonna rename the channel name for this streaming, so people know that I'm currently streaming when they come in. I'm such a genius sometimes. All right, there we go. I'll call a random person. Oh, yeah. What if I go like, yo, this person is being so annoying? And then it's like, this random person. Bro, you pick like the most trolly name possible. F indeed. I know that's why. You're such a troll, bro. You're such a trolly troll. Remember when everything used to be connected to batteries? And now you charge things with cables? What's next? Wireless charging, I guess, is the thing, kind of. What's after wireless charging? Is charged through the air? I don't know. I'll call random 4. Why 4?
Ping pong.
Yeah.
Charging in the air is already some of a thing.
Is it? Yeah, wireless charging. No? I don't know, bro.
Somewhat, but like it charges everything inside like a room.
Oh. Okay. Well, I don't have that, so.
I mean, you go have to install it, and it just costs a lot of money. How am I still alive?
I don't know, but good job. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that if it costs a lot of money. But that seems amazing. If that becomes like an actual thing that's like used a lot, that seems. Oh, I was first, baby. That seems really good. Cause how did you fall there, random? Because like that looked like you glitched through. I hate cables.
Was a bad thing.
It would be a bad thing, you said?
Yeah, I'm going just life support.
Well, chords are annoying. The One Piece song. I just caught up to One Piece today. It's so good right now, and also like annoying at the same time. It's like a show I can't stop watching, but not for the best reasons. Damn, random's like glitching through the game. I don't know what's going on. Even Lily Bunny made it, bro. Even Lily Bunny, bro. Oh! Wait, did we make it? Yeah, let's go. That was close. Oh, yeah. I mean, 4. Even 4. 4. How did you not make it? Even Lily Bunny made it. I'm just joking. Are you lagging? We're gonna play some Pokemon MMO later as well, most likely. That should be fun because we haven't played that in a while. This one is EG. If you die, then you're getting permabanned because you said it was easy. 4. That moan? Oh, my bad. to the night that we fight together. Just kidding. I'm not gonna permaban. I only permaban. Oh! Are you serious? Alright, well, you guys are gonna have to carry because I died. Oh shit, everyone died except one person. Only one person has their full team. That's actually insane. Good shit, Nathan. Good shit. Alright, let's watch Random. If Random dies, he gets permaban. This is a fun game. Let's see. Random is currently avoiding every single horn. And so is... I freaking went the wrong way. Nathan. Random, you died! Bro, what happened, bro? Nathan! No! Can we survive with 166? Oh, there's literally only one person left? Wow, that was actually crazy. I feel like they've made it harder. There's literally only one person left. Jesus Christ. You guys owned, though. I didn't die. You did die, bro. That's a permaban. Nah, it's just a mod comment. He said, 3 rhinos was easy, but died. Fall Guys. I said you got a mod comment, bro. You got a mod comment. Do it.
Ping pong, you're gonna have to add more context to that.
No, that's all the context I'm adding. Doctor, what's up? How you doing?
Yeah, but like people could take it the wrong way.
No, he's a troll too. He knows I'm joking. You clipped into the back rooms.
3 rhinos. What are you trying to imply?
Well, I put dash Fall Guys, so 2 mod comments now. Damn, Doctor got you with the mod comment. He came in, he came in to chat like he could have been lurking, but he came in to show you, Random. All right, that you got 2 mod comments now, and Nathan's gonna add a 3rd one. I'm just joking. I don't know. How you doing, bro? Sussy Baka indeed. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're getting ready. You're gonna be going soon to collage, right? It's pretty crazy. I've never had the dorm experience, so yeah. Sauce. Come on. Let's go. Well, it's not really let's go, but let's go. No, why would you run on all of the yellows? That is so dumb. Even though I'm doing that right now. It's so dumb. No! Ah! Why are you running on all of them? We're gonna lose together. Why are people so dumb? Yes. Shit! Oh! Wait, I was the last one to get eliminated. Did no one win or did we win? I was literally the last one. Oh no, I was the second to last person. I killed you? That sounds sus. That was close. Doctor, would you like to join if you have time and want to join? That was super close. EP, I'm on mobile. Can't do mod comments. No worries. Hey, what's up, Bully Bamari? Hey, I just realized, bro. We have a lot of chat that has moments. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. One of the few things you don't need to pay money for on Twitch to have a badge. Like everything else is what? Getting gifted wait, I should look at, I don't know. What are the other badges like? These are all like paying money. Well, I guess a mod badge is not, but or like a VIP badge, but okay. I lied. It's not the only one. But moments are cool. How you doing? How was your birthday party? If I can, I would have given everyone a comment. Of course you would have. Oh, Diego is online? But yeah, if anyone wants to join, let me know. I'll wait like 10 seconds and then we'll start the next game if not. Oh, it would all just say E. It'd just be like E. Just spamming E everywhere. Okay, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, we press ready. Nathan, ready up. Do you guys even notice, or you'll join next game? No worries, no worries. Can't find my room. I don't know why I said no worries, but okay. Very nice. Bro, this looks so cool. One of my friends got me this for my birthday. Even though the S here looks like shit. From Etsy, you know? But I can't put it anywhere. Because, like, if I put it here, it's too far away to see anything. And if I put it here, then it falls. It's fallen before, and it scares me. And I know we're playing Fall Guys, so it makes sense, but too much, bro. I gotta keep it here. PP profile needs to change, I think. What's wrong with my... Oh. My profile picture is red and blue, right? Yeah, red and blue hair. Nah, bro. We're gonna go back to red and blue. I can't change it every time. That's mad work. That is mad work. Bro, Nathan, what's the most hours you've had on stream? It was probably on YouTube, right? Or something? I think Amanda's is going to be really hard to beat. I think she has the most ever. She had like 222 hours. Unless you had more, Nathan, in the past. But because like when I was looking at the monthly recap, I was like, sheesh. Oh. Like that might be the record. The world record. Not the world record. That might be the record for a while. Unless we do a 30-day subathon. You are still bald. Well, look how much hair grew back though. Is this bald anymore? I don't know. Amanda is too cracked. True. Honestly, I don't know how you did that. That was crazy. Yeah?
Are you challenging me?
Yes. Listen, Nathan, I don't think you could get to over 200. I don't think you could get over 222 hours. Because also, like, I don't normally stream for that many hours a month. So, like, you would have to catch us a month where, like, I do multiple 24-hour streams or, like, another subathon or something. Yeah, I gotta have a 2-week-long subathon. I'll still be there, lurking. Right? Like, look at this. Well, we could see it, actually. Let's look.
Well, then, when I become God Monkey again...
Yeah, I have to set up God Monkey again.
Lots more.
God Monkey can't make me stream long, like... like...
Longer, yeah, but, you know,
yeah,
it makes you stream.
True. Wait, I'm dumb. Hall of Fame. 222 hours. Doctor had 99 hours one time. Let's see.
I mean, 4.
I'm just kind of curious now because they're talking about it. Nathan, you had 102. You had 122.
Yeah.
That's still a lot, but yeah, I think Amanda has the most.
The new record, I fall short.
You did fall short. Did you make a new God Monkey yet? No, I was gonna make one today, but I remembered kind of too close to stream, and I was like, I wanted to make it like a better reward when you redeem. Apparently, the one I had before got deleted. I don't know, bro. So many things were not working, so I just dropped it for now. But I'm gonna put it back. What's about me?
Too powerful.
It is too powerful, God Monkey. I don't know. What is about you, random? I don't think I said anything, but I might have said random. My bad. My apologies. But yeah. For those wondering if they didn't catch it, we are going to be doing more Pokemon on this channel again because I like Pokemon. So you guys will suffer or leave because I play Pokemon, which I am prepared for. But I will still be like variety. I'll still do variety stuff. Yeah. But starting next week, I think we'll be doing a lot more Pokemon. This week, I want to spend a lot of Why are you grabbing me, random person that's on my team? This week, I think I want to spend a lot. Oh my god, why are they stealing all of our eggs, bro? Like, literally, no one's defending. Oh my... This game's actually triggering me right now. Sorry. Ah! I already forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, I want to edit the subathon stuff this week. Ah! So we'll see how that goes. How are we still... How is this so close, bro? They're literally... All of them are stealing our shit, bro. Like... It's racism. Why are you holding me, you dumbass teammate, random person? Not random person, but an actual random person. If it was one of you guys, I wouldn't say anything mean, because I'm a simp for chat. Oh, my God, bro. I don't know how we're not losing. Like, fuck the blue team, bro. Like, I hope they die IRL in a video game. I'm joking. In a video game. Why am I so angry today? Like, God! Stop holding me, you dumb I can't, bro. I can't. You know what? I don't even... If we lose, we lose. How much stream time do I have, I'm at? Oh, my bad. I'm not sure. Bro, how do you get hit? You... I actually hate this game so much. I actually hate this game. Where was... we should have been defending, guys. But whatever. How much stream time do I have? So it resets every month, but I forgot that I set this up. This one guy on our team grabbed me and I got the golden egg. Yeah, that's annoying. I set this up a long time ago, which I forgot about. So it's like the closest thing, kind of. So let's see. This should be overall watch time. You have 80 points. 80 points is 5 points every 10 minutes. So, I don't know. Do the math. 80 points is 80 divided by... I can't do the math. You have to do the math because it does it in points. It's really dumb. But that's overall watch time. I can't math. Yeah, me neither. But I don't know if this is even accurate, because I feel like it didn't even count some people. Nathan also has 80? I don't know. Maybe you have to click on it for it to show for your personal person. Like, look, these are all stupid-ass bots. And then you got Deb Jamari at number 10, which is crazy. 6,500 points overall time. I can't do the math, but... Then we got Gamer is up there. And then this actually seems like monthly, but Gamer and then Dinell... Nathan, Timmy, Erica was a bot, by the way. I found out later. Rosie, Johnny. I don't know. I don't know if this is monthly or not, to be honest. It's really weird. Oh wait, no, I'm an idiot. I should have pressed all time. Wait, so all time we got Deb Jamari, Gamer, Janelle, yeah, Nathan, Timmy. I don't know how it works. And we're out. Forgot. 4 ads. Nice. My points are higher than 80 ads and 6 ads. Huh? Nice. Listen, sometimes I talk about turbo or subscribing to get rid of ads. But honestly, what could get rid of ads even faster is ad block. Ad block. Probably better. Oh yeah, today's National Girlfriend Day. So everyone who has a girlfriend, fuck you. No, I'm just joking, but enjoy. I hope you got your girlfriend a chocolate. What do you get for national? I don't think people get anything for it, right? National Girlfriend Day. What to get? I should have done a TikTok stream, not a TikTok, a Tinder stream where you guys control my Tinder, and the only thing about that is I don't want to dox other people. Like, what do people get for? Is there National Boyfriend Day? There must be, right? National Boyfriend Day, October 3rd, during the fall. But girls get the summer, boys get the fall. That's kind of racist, if you ask me. Nathan, ready up when you can. Anyway. The ads are over, and most of them took 15 plus seconds. Nice. Ad block. You know, there's some ways to avoid ads, but yeah. Sorry, there's 30 minutes of pre-roll ads that are off now, so it's a give and take. It's a give and take. Give me a break, bars. Nathan, how's work been going, by the way? I'm a bitch when it comes to money. I'll let other people spend money on gift subs when it randomly gives it to me. That's why I got lots of emotes and I would get ad blocks on mobile. Oh yeah, that's a good point. How do you get? I don't know. On Android, I think there's easier ways to get it than on iPhone. On Android, there's probably third-party apps or something. On iPhone, I don't know. That's why I Twitch Turbo. Even though I probably don't watch as much streams as I stream. But, you know. That's my biggest monthly subscription expense, I think. I pretty much dropped everything else. So, why did you say it like that? I don't know. Excuse me. I'm going crazy. Yo, Diego, what's up, bro? Yeah, what's up, Nathan? I just heard you say ping, and that's it. How you doing, Diego? Diego Aladdin. Please work. Yes, let's go. Let's go, random. Dry lemming. That's what I'm going to start calling you, bro. Diane, go. That's right. We were talking about death earlier with Chimichungus, actually. So, why'd you have to bring it up again, Diego? Has anyone unironically called you Diego in real life? Or in fake life? If that's a thing. How do people get yeeted like that, bro? I don't get it. 4th place, let's go. Hell yeah, someone else qualified also. Doctor's mad close too. Let's go. Random dry lemming is last. Oh, so Nathan qualified second. Let's go. Bro, I'm a god. 52 points and I got yeeted. Nice. I don't think you got 52, but okay. You're going the oh, you're practicing with yeeted. Why am I so antsy today? Good job, bro. Good job. We made it like top 5, right? You saw it, PP? Very nice. Okay, 52 points. Very nice. I just thought you can't get that many unless you're like first. I guess 60 points is... I just noticed that it was like... It goes from... If you have 60 people qualifying, it goes from 60 to 0, like to 1. Don't call me Dry Lemming. Don't name yourself Dry Lemming then.
Hello?
Yo, Spicy, what's up? You love this band? Do you actually? Or are you just saying that? You could put music if you want, by the way. I feel like you don't put music often, which is fine also, but you know, if you want, you could. How you doing, bro? Oral cigarettes. Is it? It might be. I know they're... I don't even know, bro. This is from my... Yeah, it is oral cigarettes. Bro, I could have seen oral cigarettes in concert, but I didn't. Where you got that? Oh, that's Random's username in Fall Guys, on Fall Guys. I didn't even have a choice. My epic username, it was random. Oh, you had one of those random ones? You put this song again? Nice. Yeah, that's a good interval to play the song. Like after like 10 songs, just playing it, it's like nice. Yeah, my cousin had a random username that was pretty cool. I think random usernames could be cool. But if you don't want it, fine. Then I'll call it you on purpose. I'll call it to you on purpose. Oral, but yeah, I could have seen oral cigarettes when I was studying abroad in 2017. Jesus, 2017. That sounds so weird to say. In Japan when I was studying abroad. But I was like, I don't know who they are. I don't care. And I didn't go. Yo, BK, what's up? I know, right? You're the only person to have said that so far. Like, shame. The hair, I've expected more people to say that. The hair grew back really fast. It's as if I didn't wax it and everyone got mad at me for that. Okay. We got Brooklyn in the house.
I mean, you should have waxed it.
Nah, fuck that, bro. I'm not waxing my hair. My head. I have no one in the family that knows how to do it. So. Yeah, but shaving it bald is also kind of bald, so I'm taking that. It is what it is.
But not fully bald.
It's not fully bald, but
how are you going to gain your phantom abilities if you're not fully bald?
I don't care. It was bald enough.
But unlimited strength.
I don't want unlimited strength. I would be too powerful. I was last and now I'm the first one of our team qualified. I was distracted because BK came in chat and she's special ed. She says it, not me. So, you know. We're doing terrible because you came in, BK. Just kidding. What? No, I don't think BK is actually special
somebody
ed.
Else special ed?
No, we're not all special ed.
I know, I think somebody else.
No, BK is not.
I thought I was the only one.
I don't think you're the only one, but I think Cocoa Butt is just joking when she says that. Absolutely. You're just starting your day? Yo! Oh my god. You still have a crazy ass sleep schedule? That's crazy. That is crazy. Doesn't it feel pretty surreal? I remember when I had a sleep schedule, waking up or going to sleep at 9 a.m. It was too much. I'm gonna try to roll back stream hours and start streaming a bit early and see how that goes in the coming weeks. Cause I don't want to sleep at like 4 or 5 a.m. anymore. Snoop indeed. BK, how are you doing? Say that's no, bro. Random person pushing me. I love how Diego said hi. I'm new. People love that unironically. That channel point reward. I don't know why that just popped in my head again. Why are people trying to push me, bro? Is it because I'm a Jew? And it's like multiple people. It's as if I'm getting stream sniped. I'm just gonna say bro, Nathan, I know when it's you, okay? Because you're on my team. But I'm saying random people are doing it, bro. That's even more annoying. That's what you get, Nathan. I don't know if you were pushing me, actually. You're just peachy. Hey, nice emote. I said if we get 100 subs right now, if we get 100 subs at any point in a row, I will put the maid costume back on. I suck, asshole. Whoever's last alive, you got a clutch, bro. You got this, random. You're killing it now. You just had to warm up, yeah? I was about to say I jinxed it. You misclicked? Oh. I say, don't you know? You literally gotta survive! No! Okay, there's 5 seconds. We have a chance. Come on. Okay, good shit, bro. Good carrying, random. Put the maid costume back on and suck asshole. Nice. And twerk for you, BK. Carried. Easy indeed. Why am I jumping grab button next to each other? I don't know. I'm so tired today, guys, but I'm like, I haven't streamed since Thursday. It feels weird. So I had to stream, you know? Look at most viewed clip. I know what it is. It's me twerking. I don't need to look. Is it quote 306? It might not be working. Half the things are not working today because fucking, I don't know. Sometimes that happens and it's really frustrating. Like all of my sound effects, you guys cannot hear. Because of, I don't know. Rip indeed. I don't know why. Stuff like that is so annoying. I'll try to fix it after we win this one, so, you know. I'm on Doctor Be Mad. I like this song so much. The stupid red guy is still here. God damn it. 15 people is a lot. One person already got out. What a noob. They're probably AFK. Ayo, doctor. Okay. I don't know why I'm making holes here. Like Nathan. I'm just making holes. The night stops again. Wow. Oh! I played too much. Yo, thanks for the follow. Ahalai? Ahalai? Let me know how to pronounce your name, because I'm definitely fucking it up. Oh! Ah! How did I suck! Thanks for the follow. If anyone wants to mess with my game, there should be a crowd control button somewhere on your screen. You click it, then you could use channel points, or just go into the thing and use channel points into the application, and basically mess with my game and make me get angry. So that's kind of cool. Or not angry. It's a Hebrew name. Hey, slicha, my Hebrew is bad. Did you come here because you saw the Jewish tag? Bro, the Jewish tag actually works. Let's go. My Hebrew is bad, bro. Wait, which time did I get it right? Alai? I'm going through it. Let's go. Achlai. Jewish tag cracked. I need to practice my Hebrew now. Wait, did we win? Good ping didn't see how I fell off. Oh, we didn't win. It's funny how people remember what quote is the clip link. I know, right? I found it funny too. Jewish tag works. I'm proof. Let's go. I'm sorry. I want to say your name right. Is it ch or is it no ch? Because I know in Hebrew there's a lot of ch's. But like, my Hebrew is very bad, you know? Are you in Israel? If you don't mind me asking. We're going to have like a bunch of Israelis on chat. That would be kind of cool. Let me see if the commands are not the commands. Let me see if the quotes are working. It's turned off. Like, I never turned it off. Why is it off? Why does it go off? CloudBot is off. Like, it's so dumb. All right, the quotes should work now. It like, oh, it's so annoying, bro. Some things with like, I don't know why I'm so like, I think I'm hangry. I think I'm just a little hangry today. And I gotta chill. Hey, it works. Hey, there's the quote. And Nathan, you also remember the quotes. You're in Finland? And that's at least how I say it. Wait, are you Jewish and you're living in Finland? It's KH. So, wait, what's KH? Huh? Achlai? 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 Okay. Achlai. Achlai. I've never heard that name. Damn, that's cool, bro. We have another Finnish viewer. Mugrin. Do you know a Mugrin? Imagine. That's actually pretty crazy. And you're German random? Yeah, that's why I'm gonna ban you soon, bro. It's too much for me, bro. I'm just joking. Why did you even twerk? For the subathon, bro. I had to. It was a subathon goal. It wasn't by I was forced to. Every Finn knows each other. It's true. There's like 5 of us. Damn, I knew you knew them.
Hey, Finn?
Yeah.
How many times do you twerk again in the subathon?
During the subathon, I twerked like 3 to 4 times. I think. Too many times. Sometimes
well,
for subs.
Somebody clipped them all.
Yeah, it'll be on the. Don't worry, it'll be on the YouTube video. So that's your thing.
Oh, so it could be there for the rest of your life.
Yep. When there's a new person that comes in, you get to show them. Huh? Oh. When someone new comes in, you could always show them me twerking, and then they'll leave because they're like, "What the fuck?" Yeah, I did it 4 or 5 times. Yeah.
Unless they're horny.
Unless they're horny.
Then they'll stay.
True. But I don't want a bunch of horny viewers for my butt talks. So. Anyway.
Well, I mean, it could get you famous.
Yeah, if it gets me famous, I don't know if I want that.
It will be known as the one Jewish twerk.
Oh, we're doing really well this game. Did someone DC? It looks like someone DC'd. Damn, have you traveled abroad? Achlai? I gotta remember that. Akhlai. It has to come naturally
I
to me. Akhlai.
DC'd.
Oh, you DC'd? Bruh. It's okay. It's not okay, but it's okay. You have bad internet, right? Wait, are you still in Mexico, Nathan?
Yes, I decided to stay for 1 more week.
Nice. How are you? Why? Because you like it there?
And no, my grandma is having like pain in her stomach area.
Oh, so you're just like watching your grandma and helping her out, yeah?
Mhm.
That's nice. Oh, yeah, I twerked way too often. Like every year to Italy, and I'm going to
You
Israel.
don't twerk that much.
Oh, have you ever been to Israel before, Akhlai? That's sick. Every year to Italy? You're a Finnish Jew that travels to Italy. That's so cool. I've only been to Italy once, but Italy is great. There's some anti-Semitism there, but there is everywhere. But it's still great. Sad I wasn't on the streams where you twerked. Yeah. It's okay. You didn't miss out.
Random. Quote 305.
Yeah. Quote 305 indeed. I think Random checked it out, but I think he wants to see it live. Like I said, I will twerk. I will twerk.
Random one.
I will twerk in a maid outfit for 100 subs right now. Not yet. I'm waiting so eagerly. My toes are curling. Yeah, I went on Birthright. I don't know if you know what Birthright is. It's like 10 days for free in Israel. But I went with a bunch of people that like wanted to drink all the time and party, and that's not really my thing. And at the time I wasn't drinking at all. So for me it wasn't that fun. The best thing about that trip was seeing Jerusalem. Jerusalem was beautiful. But aside from that, it was kind of just like, I don't know. It was also depressing because like I met soldiers and they have such depressing, I don't know why I'm laughing, but they have such depressing lives. Like just I feel like so many people in that region have depressing lives. And they wait to get over, because it's military is mandatory in Israel unless you're a religious Jew, and there's like politics about that, but it's mandatory. So like a lot of the soldiers are just waiting for their 2 or 3 years to be done, and then they just like want to travel before moving on with their lives. Which is good, I think. And I'm a big proponent of pushing people to travel. So why are we only 3 people? Nathan DC'd. But that's exciting, bro. Do you have family in Israel? In Italy? Is that why you go to Italy? Let me know if I'm asking too many questions. Akhlai. Bah. I wanted to actually live in Israel for like a couple of months, or like half a year to a year or something. Also wanted to live in Russia. But I don't think I'll be going to Russia anytime soon. Also wanted to live in Korea.
Ba 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 womp.
Ba 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 womp. Ping loves to get to know people. Do I? Yeah, maybe. I'm going with my secular dad, who has given me only ham for breakfast multiple times because he forgets I don't eat pork. Yeah, I don't eat pork either, but I lived in Japan for 2 years, which everyone loves to hear about. I taught English in Japan for 2 years, so I was kind of forced. I wasn't forced, but a lot of the food had pork, so I ended up eating pork sometimes accidentally. I don't even like the taste. Now I don't eat pork at all, though, but yeah. Turkey ham is okay, though, Akhlai, but I'm guessing your dad did not give you turkey ham. Russia is going to be way smaller than it is when you go. That took me a second. I don't think so, bro. I think Russia's... I don't know, bro. I can't believe the war is still going on. Like, last I've checked. Like, I'm not checking on it daily, but that's just insane to me. That's just insane. Yeah, I can speak some Japanese. We go to ski there in the Alps. Damn. Is Italy a place to go skiing? I didn't know that. That's cool. I'm guessing you go in the winter? Wait, how close is Finland to... Finland is... Well, it's closer... Yeah, it's actually... It's not that bad. Like, I'm thinking in my head, because I... Believe it or not, as an American, I do know where both of those places are on the map. I wouldn't know the prices for, like, airfare and stuff, but... That's pretty cool. Do a lot of people from Finland go to Italy, or is it just like you guys? Did someone push me off, or am I that bad at this game? What just happened? Let's go. That was good. Oh, 5th place. Good shit, guys. NATO member Poland is waiting till one of Russian missiles hit the building so they can declare war. Bro, if that type of shit happens, bro, we're gonna be in World War III. That would be crazy. Almost everyone goes to Southern Europe yearly. Really? Oh, that's so interesting. I gotta ask Moog too. Wow. That would be good. No, I'm not you, Nathan. I don't want the extinction of humankind. I'm okay with how things are. Well, obviously there are problems, but I wouldn't want everyone to go extinct. Oh, damn. Wait, Southern Europe. So do you, like, how many other countries have you visited, if you don't mind me asking? Achlai. Also, do people have trouble pronouncing your name in Finland? Because I would imagine there's not many Jewish people living in Finland. The winter, springtime is not very pretty, so people travel a lot. Oh. Winter, spring. Southern Europe makes sense, too, because you don't want to go to, like, Sweden and, like, you don't want to go in your area because it's probably similar weather, right? If I get drafted, I can Pain in Blood, watch Ping Pong Masters on Twitch. What does that mean as an American? Are we not educated enough to know where places are? Yeah, I was just playing into the stereotypical thing. Which is probably true to an extent. I use a Finnish name IRL. The anti-Semitism is bad. That makes sense. That sucks. I believe that every or most stereotypes, if not every, have a hint of truth in them. Oh, I almost died. And I think if you're the most powerful country in the world, or like if you're one of the world's most powerful countries, then you don't have to worry about other countries around you. So yes, I do think Americans are ignorant about geopolitics and like geographical locations of places, but I might be wrong. I could be like completely wrong on that. I know you were kind of just like joking, but yeah. Like, we don't need to know to survive, you know? World policy doesn't affect us as much as it affects some other countries. I don't know how I've been No, one of us died. No, I'm the only one. Doctor just died. We had one less person too. That was close. We're 5 points off of qualifying. That was pretty good. Yeah, I'm only teasing. Yeah. I can threat the enemy soldiers to give 250 subs. You come up to a soldier, you're like, bro, I will shoot you unless you give 250 subs to Ping Pong Masters on twitch.tv. They're like, what? You're like, do it now. I'm like, what are you talking about? And then you just shoot them. And then you grab their phone and you like gift the subs for me. That would be good. Actually, yeah, you're right. War should happen. That's a good... Nathan, you make good points. I would shoot their legs off. Yeah. Yeah, I guess you would shoot their legs off to force them. Yeah, that's smart. That's smart. What did I want to say? Yeah, do you feel like you want to... I don't know how old you are, and I'm not going to ask Achlai, but do you feel like in the future you want to move out of Finland and go somewhere else, or... I would shoot their legs as opposed to your legs. Yes, exactly. That was a weird laugh, but that was funny. Then the private area, then if they're still refused, shoot their arm. I mean, why would they refuse? That seems so dumb. Like, who would refuse that? I feel like they'd be confused more than anything else. I'm making Aliyah as soon as I can. Oh, wow. So you're really serious about moving to Israel, yeah? Or like going to Israel. But you never know. Maybe when you visit there, you might think differently. Joe? Is Joe here? Bro, what's up, bro? It's been a minute. It's been a hot minute. How you doing? You missed some cool music streams. I know you like the music streams. But how are you, man? But then can't they use their phone? Nah, that's why he said one arm. Yo, what's up, Tyler? Genki des. Oh, Snader comes in as well. Of course, you guys always come in together. How are y'all doing? Look at those beautiful emotes. Like you cut G. Thanks, bro. Oh, did you not see it? I went bald. Well, not really bald. I shaved my whole head. The hair already grew up in like less than a week. It grew back in less than a week. There's gonna be a subathon video coming out hopefully this weekend. I want to edit it and make it good. So I'm gonna be spending the whole week editing that, and then we're gonna go into like more Pokemon streaming next week and in the future, mixed in with like variety as well. But that's what's happening here. What's happening with y'all? I am Genki. I am a little tired though. People can be stubborn and randomly fingerprint to unlock phones, so I still get it if they die. True, you could if they have fingerprint, right? That's what. True. I have such nice and thick hair. I miss it. Not gonna lie, I miss it a little bit. Guys, does anyone pay attention to this? Should I just shut it off? Am I wasting the batteries? PP, so war. Yeah, war. I have to think about it anyway. I have like 5 years of studies to complete here, and I don't know, maybe I'll go to uni and university. Yeah, you should, well, do what you want to do, and you'll figure it out, I'm sure. But my cousin lived in Israel for a bit, working, I think for a month or two. And why are you grabbing me, bro? I would say it was, I don't think he regretted it at all. Ah, you idiot! Pushed me. Sorry, I'm getting really angry about this game today for some reason. Because we're playing like shit, and it's pissing me off. Not because of you guys, because of how I'm playing, but I don't know. But yeah, 40 points and first in. I don't believe you. You got 40 points? Are we playing that bad? Jesus. Yeah, you should. What do you plan on doing in the future? If you're trying to do like startup type stuff, then Israel might be good. Or like considering the US if you would want to. I don't know what your thoughts are on that. Because those are two places. You got 2 points random. Those are 2 places where, like, I think Israel has the number 2 spot for like startups. So if you want to start a business, and like US is number 1, I think, for the amount of startups, like successful. I don't quote me on that. It's something. But you love my bald pink. Thank you. Oh, we got some new emotes because of that. It's because we're rusty. Maybe, but I played this so much during the subathon. I don't know. And you guys also did a little bit. Some of y'all. So we shouldn't be that rusty. Actually, I think everyone in this lobby has played during the subathon. But it's fine. Look at the new emotes we got. You're gonna study biochemistry. Oh wow. I had a friend major in biochemistry. That's really, really, really hard stuff. I wish you luck. That's like really hard stuff. Biochemistry. Biochem. Studying biochemistry. Biochemistry. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know much about it aside from that it's very hard and you have to go to med school probably. What are you planning to do? Like go to med school and become a doctor, or I realized the other day that like almost all of my friends are like in the science field. Like so many of my close friends are in science. And that like I'm just like maybe I picked the wrong thing. But my dad was an entrepreneur. You spelled it almost correctly, I think. And I've seen what it does to a person. Yeah, fair. My uncle's an entrepreneur, and arguably so am I as a streamer. But wait, didn't we get out, guys? We have to go into the next game. So yeah, I understand that. My uncle spent so many years and money on doing business, and right now he's pretty much broke and in debt from my understanding. So yeah, it's one of those things where you don't have a set paycheck. It's very stressful, I think. In mate outfit, PP has it, and in mate emote, he has one. Well, we have two. Well, those are all lotuses. The one I put was mine. If you guys want to do a different show, by the way, let me know. We could do Clan on Yeetus. We could do Hexagravity Trials. I just didn't do it in case you guys didn't want to do it. But if you guys want to do it, I don't mind doing that. So if I see someone in chat say no, then I won't change it. But if I see someone say yes, then I will change the show set. Yeetus is fun. Okay, we could do Yeetus then. I know some more. Yep. I'm trying to become a researcher in like microbiology or something. Oh wow. Want to copy me in Dry Lemming and Random? Alright, let's do Clan of Yeetus. What, with your costume? That actually looks pretty cool. Nah, it's too much work. I'm just gonna keep my costume on. Researcher in microbiology. Wow. Bro, I wish you luck in that. Copy us? Oh, fine. What even is this? Doctor's like, I'm not doing that shit. Or maybe Doctor will copy as well. I don't even. Oh, it's this, right? And the color is like, I don't even know what the color is. I kind of like how it looks. It's black and white. Black and white. There's no color that's black and white, bro. I don't even know how you did it. I'm gonna go ping pong when I dyed my hair. That's what I'm gonna do instead, okay? There's no costume, yeah. This is the closest you guys will get. Night Sky color speed boost. I don't think I have that. We bought black and white. I'm not buying shit. This is the best you're getting from me. Nor. Oh, do you not want to do Clan of Yeetus, Doctor? Or oh, you're saying no to the to the costume. Yeah, I don't have it. I'm not buying it. Let me extreme stretch. Bro, you should visit New York if you haven't already, Akhlai. There's a big Jewish community here. I think the second biggest after Israel. Oh, I don't care if I have a lot of coins. If you guys don't ready up, I'll play without you guys. I don't care. I'm just joking. I love you guys. You guys want red and blue? Let's go! Red and blue time. Imagine if you just broke your spine on stream. That would suck. Honestly, I feel like I gotta get my spine checked. Sometimes I feel like it is a bit off. I'm not racist. Good job. Guys, ready up. Oh, nice glasses. Ready up. Congrats. No, I make a joke a lot that like I'm racist on stream for some reason. Yo, Doctor is built different, bro. He's in a dress with some skeleton, I can't speak English. Just skeleton head on his face. Damn. So microbiology. Trying to become a researcher. Planning to major in what is it called? No, in biochem. Jesus, I already forgot, bro. I know it's just really hard. Californians are a race. They are. Yeah. I am racist to Mexicans and people from California. Also to Floridians. Don't clip that. It's a joke. I'm going to shut off the light. I feel like it does nothing. Do you play Fall Guys, Akhlai? Because I've looked at the Jewish tag for Fall Guys, And there's usually like 3 people. It's like no one. Which is actually kind of crazy if you think about how many Jews there are in the world. Like, there's a good amount of Jewish streamers, I guess. I unironically feel like I am one of the biggest Jewish streamers ever. I must build up the Jewish streaming. I don't know what I'm saying. Imagine I talked about like the Torah all day on Twitch. I would become huge. Californians suck. So do Idahoanians and Ohioanians. And like anyone who's not like Finnish or American. I mean, what? New Yorkian. I don't like Swedish people. I'm joking. Maybe I'm not. F, I'm stuck. Whoa, Nathan, you are... Bro, this guy literally glitched under the game. Oh my God. I've never seen that before. That's not your fault, man. That's fine. Wait, we don't all need to qualify, right? Is it point-based? I don't see any point stuff on my screen. Yo, that sucks, bro. You just clipped into back rooms. I've never seen that. Do Swedish and Finnish people not get along? I don't know about that stuff. I'm long like spaghetti. Spaghetti. Thinking about the times I drove in my car. Oh, this is not squads. All right, we're not gonna do this one again because you have to wait if you get out. Squads is better. That sucks, Nathan. You didn't deserve to get out there. That's an F in chat, boys. Imagine if you became the Jewish Fall Guys playing version of Dr. Witnesser. I don't know. What's Dr. Witnesser? I guess I'm not Jewish enough. I'm kind of secular. We do Yom Kippur and stuff, but look him up. Oh, that's so much work. Look him up. He's a terrible guy. Witnesser. Mixing religion with his streams. He told a Muslim child that he would be going to hell. What the hell? What is he? Is he a Christian guy? No, I don't think I would be like that. I'm pretty authentic with my views on stream for the most part, I think. So I don't have those types of views. Unfortunately. Just kidding. I grew up in New York with a very multicultural group of friends. In a very liberal space with very conservative parents. So I feel like I'm pretty balanced. I'm pretty chill. I got hit with the hammer 2 times. Oh, that's how you got under it? Holy shit. That's actually kind of crazy. Rosquilla! What's up, bro? How you doing? I just got yeeted the other way. Goddamn. Bro! Let's go. Let's go. Who are these nerds? I don't know, bro. He's a terrible guy, yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna be a version of him. I promise you guys that. Check out Rosquilla Plays Games. He doesn't play that many until he fixes up his computer. But yeah, he's kind of cool. Oh, you have Vaughn's YouTube on the top right. I miss that group. It doesn't block the face. Yeah, sorry, you still see my face, guys. After this game, I'm gonna go pee-pee. Because I've been holding in my pee-pee too often on stream. And off stream. Actually, anytime I'm in a Discord, I hold my pee-pee in. It's not good. How you doing, Rosquilla? Justina. No, Finns and Swedes don't like each other. Swedes colonized Finland, and Finns call the Swedish gay on a regular basis. Oh, is that a thing? Damn. It's such a random thing. It's like Swedes colonized Finland, and Finns call the Swedish gay. Like, okay. Like, one seems a bit worse than the other, but I don't know. Oh, how long ago did y'all get colonized? Okay, you know what? I hate the Yeetus. I am not a good Yeetus. There's a timer? The hell? A 20-second timer? That's actually insane. What? You literally gotta be a Yeetus or something. Or a god player. I am not qualifying. I hope one of you guys qualify. Yeah, no. That was hard, bro. What the hell? Did anyone qualify? Is it because what happened that one time, PP? What happened that one time? Oh, when you guys heard me? No, that's not why. I just hold it in because, like, I don't know, because I'm a dumbass. One more second. No, Doctor almost made it. Like 200 years ago, but it was a thing going on for a long time. All I know about that area of the world is, like, Vikings. I used to know a lot of Viking history, but I'm a dumbass. I forget so much. Like, I used to know Viking history pretty decently well. Like how they went into Britain and all this stuff. I don't remember any of that stuff now. Wait, I assumed everyone got out, but so I backed out. I hope my assumption was correct there. I will press a button. I will be right back, guys. Okay? I gotta go pee. I'm gonna record.
You got Japanese ones?
And we'll be back in like 2 minutes. We're gonna put toner. I just don't want to stop the stream and start it again. Stop. You could do that. Oh. You're actually useful sometimes. Pinche negro? Yo, what's up?
Taika Waititi is a director. I'm so shocked that apparently the new Thor movie is just ass. Like, everyone hates it.
I haven't seen it yet. No spoilers, please.
I mean, I feel like Marvel just gets directors and, like, breaks them, you know?
Well, what I heard they did with this movie and Doctor Strange was I heard the CEO of Disney was like, oh, it can't be over 2 hours, and that there was a lot of shit cut from Thor specifically with, like, Christian Bale and whatnot.
Oh.
I heard that, like, there was, like, 4 hours of the movie in total, but they cut it down to, like, an hour 50.
Thanks, guys. Oh my god, I think I just broke my voice. That was sexy. I hope I didn't scare anyone away. I scared everyone, actually, with that. Anyway. Shots? It's gonna be great. Give sub or hot sauce, let's go. Next, fuck. Sam shouts out everywhere he goes. He should. The reason I made it so it's only mods can shout out is because it makes...
Banana, hola.
Wait, the twerking clip popped up? Are you serious, bro? Oh my god. This is your last game? Okay, cool. Let's switch it to regular squads then. Hey, Rasquila, I want one more shout out. Thanks for the lurk, Rasquila. Sorry, I'm reading backwards. It still is seen in basically all rich families being Swedish speaking because Finnish was seen as a language of the uncivilized. Really? So, what do you speak? And do you speak Hebrew? I'm assuming you're at least practicing if you want to, like, go to Israel. If you're going to Israel in, like, 5 months. Hey, yo. Yeah. Listen, there's a lot of AO clips, but it doesn't... Yeah, we have a lot of AO clips here. Bro, I had to twerk, okay? I was paid money to twerk.
I mean, you decided to.
No, I had to. There was no decision there.
I mean, you were the one that put twerking on the sub goals.
Yeah, because I know you guys like seeing me twerk.
I mean, you twerk a lot in the YouTube days.
Alright, bro. You're right. I wanted to twerk. But I don't always want to twerk.
But also
okay?
your weak will.
I'm what?
Your weak willpower.
I'm weak. I have weak willpower?
Compared to what happened in chat that made you twerk? Yes.
I don't know if that's willpower. But I know what you're saying. Like, I don't think I have weak willpower. I think everyone has, depending on what it is. Maybe I do for twerking. Willpower? The willpower to not twerk. No, I put it out as a goal, so I had to do it. It's not about willpower. It's about what'll make you guys happy and me happy. And what makes you guys happy makes me happy too. Right? Because I must please you all as the streamer at the end of the day. So
what makes us happy makes you happy?
Not always, but yes. I have to say not always because I know you could say some crazy shit, bro.
Well, I mean, true, but some crazy shit is going to happen on November 10th.
True. I gotta
Anyway.
exercise, bro. I love the song.
So next year is going to be 300 or
Nope.
250?
Nope. I already forgot what it was, but nope. I'm gonna just
Oh.
read chat
This
for
year is 200.
200. Yeah, I'm just doing 200. Next year will be 300. 400. We'll see, bro. I need to start working out. I promised Nathan, guys, that I would do push-ups for his birthday. Hello, miners. You have a very bannable name, but you haven't said anything crazy, so what's up? Thanks for the follow. I speak Finnish and Eastern Karelian. Oh, I don't know what Eastern Karelian is. I'm starting Hebrew lessons. Let's go, bro. You gotta teach me more Hebrew because my Hebrew sucks. I used to speak Hebrew when I was like a kid. My first word was in Hebrew, but now I suck at it. It's just oxygen. My bad. Nah, you're good, bro. Oxygen. That's funny. You have a very unique name. I don't think I've seen that often. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Finnish and Eastern. I don't know what Karelian is though. The profile pic evens it all out. All right, let's see it. Bro, it's so tiny, bro. I can't read that. Dare? All I see is the dare. Why'd you pick that name? Is it because you wanted a conversation starter? You wanted to troll people? I'm just curious. Dare to keep kids off drugs. Lol. Karelians are an okay. I assumed it was indigenous. I don't know, to be honest. This is a random name. Are an indigenous ethnic minority in Western Russia and Eastern Finland. Oh, are you Russian? Bro, this man is Finnish, Jewish, and Russian? Question mark? You know, you love the song? Nice. Chimmy coming in with the good music. I think Chimmy put it. It's very similar to Finnish and Estonian. Oh, just came to mind. I love how I sell Oxy to miners comes to mind. Oh yeah, it's oxygen. It's oxygen. That's funny. I'm Karelian and Jewish. Damn, you're literally two minority groups together. That's crazy. That is so crazy, bro. I don't remember this having the punching. Ah! Oh, I almost didn't make that, bro. Woo! Bro, I suck assholes for a living. What? Karelian and Jewish. Shit. So do you, Oxy, do you play Fall Guys? Or you also found me through the Jewish tag? Ah! Oh! It was more like an but I went, oh. No! I hate this game, bro. Oh, everyone got out. Damn. Doctor's last game too. I'm sorry, bro. We could have made it further. I can't press the sound effects because they're not working on stream now, but. Do you want Ping in a maid outfit for the rest of stream? He said what makes you happy makes him happy.
Monkey do good.
All right, bro, but to an extent, right? There's a reason I didn't wax my head. Monkey do good. Thank you, bro. I try to do good. That's crazy, though. Two minorities groups. That must feel like a big part of your identity. I can see why you want to go to uni in Israel. Moog, what's up? We got another Finnish viewer, Moog. There are bing bong. There are officially two. Wait, do you guys even hear the bing bongs and stuff? Oh, yeah, I think those are working. 2 Finnish viewers now, which is pretty cool. But this is no wax head, but maid outfit. Yeah, I know, but I use that as an example to show that, like, just because you guys want it doesn't mean that I'll necessarily do it. I said if 100 subs, I'll, Why am I still watching? I will put on the maid outfit and twerk for the rest of the stream. Well, I won't twerk for the rest of the stream, but I'll twerk with the maid outfit. It's Moog, the best Finnish viewer. Damn, right in front of Akhlai. That's messed up. It is. I'm sick of feeling like an outsider. Yeah, that's the vibe I got. That makes sense, bro. I'm telling you, if you go to Israel and you don't like the vibes for whatever reason, you should try out New York. I grew up surrounded by Jews my whole life. Most of my life. Because I live in New York most of my life. Doctor, thank you for the games. Arigatou gozaimasu. It has the second largest population of Jews from what I remember. Like, it's pretty cool here. Anti-Semitic, true. He does the thing PP does. What is that? If anyone wants to join, by the way, you're more than... We got a new PP. We got, blah, blah, blah. This is my epic or whatever gamer tag. If not, that's fine. We can ready up for squads. I've been to New York once. It was great. I was like 6. Remember nothing. So how do you remember it was great? Haha, Gotti. I will wait for 20 seconds because of delay for any response. If I hear no response, we will ready up for the next game. Yeah, New York is great, though. I mean, you'll find anti-Semitism everywhere. Obviously, being in Israel will help with less anti-Semitism in a way. But also, you would probably be forced to be in the army for like 3 years if you're a guy, 2 years if you're a girl. Unless you're really religious and you could get away with not going to the army. If you're fine with the army, then that's fine. But he does you anti-Semitic. Oh yeah, he does the anti-Semitic comment. Yeah. All right, I waited long enough. I think we're good to go with squads. After a few games, I think we'll jump on to Poke MMO. But yeah. I remember a big piece of paint I found and my mom yanked it out of my hand and threw it away and I got so pissed. That's such a random thing. But we all have random memories. You loved that paint. You made love to that paint. You took a picture and put it up on your wall to that because of that paint. And your mother just... She slapped that like Will Smith slapped Chris Rock. But she didn't apologize. Will Smith did. Damn, that's a harsh childhood, bro. When Poke MMO happens, I'm going because I want to get free skin in Genshin. Fair. Yeah, I was saying Poke MMO, but if no one wants to play it, then we could skip it for tonight because I don't know, I'm really tired. I don't know why I'm really tired. So today might be a bit of a shorter stream than usual. It was from an old bench. It was green. Oh, I think I know what bench you're talking about. I think I can recall green old benches in New York, but I might be just making the memory up in my head right now. You need 3 more shells? For free skin in Genshin? What's a shell? I'll never forget that chip of paint. Bro, you should have taken a picture. It would have lasted longer.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yes, I need shells for free skin.
What are shells, though? I don't remember what that is.
The shells are from an event that is happening.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, that makes sense then.
And there's basically like a whole story with the shells.
Is the story about like a certain character and stuff?
I mean, it's about like 3 Fatui members.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't play Genshin at all, as you know, anymore. But
yes, and you are missing out on the waifus.
There's too many waifus in Genshin. It's okay.
Yes, but we have now gotten 4 more.
Yeah, but if I miss out on waifus, it's better. Because if I get the waifus, then I won't get a real waifu in real life. I'll be too addicted
the waifu is not even out yet, and we get to fight them.
It's okay, bro. You're not convincing me to go back on Genshin. Sorry,
I know.
But I hope you enjoy it.
A lot of people have been tipping over it, and I've been finding that funny.
Bro, one day you're gonna like the waifus. Alright, I'm gonna read Chell for I'm gonna read chat for a second.
Shell.
Yeah, you confused me with the Shell. I will never forget that chip of pain. It was from near the library. I had no camera. I was 6. You could have asked your mom to take a picture, but she wouldn't have taken it. She wouldn't. She slapped it out of your hand, bro. That's crazy. The lost chip of pain is my villain arc. That's why you should come back to New York. You know, so you could get another piece of. I know it won't be the same, but you could get another chip of pain. You could savor it. You could like lick it. I don't know if you licked the original one. Licking pieces of paint is very good. Don't go to Cali. Cali is not worth it. Just kidding. I tried to bring this AFK person to the finish line. Lol. There's lots of paint in Cali. There's lots of paint in New York too, bro. It's paint. Bro, there's paint on my wall right now. I'll chip it off and give it to Akhlai if he ever visits. Or if I go to Israel or Finland. Everybody. I wear a nah fuck anti-Semitism shirt with a picture and that's okay. We're playing really bad. Alright, this is gonna be the last game. If we don't get a dub, we are going to Poke MMO and or crying and ending stream. So we better get a dub. I wear a nah fuck anti-Semitism shirt with a picture of Garfield. Bro. I bet that gets a lot of attention. Wait, you do that, but you don't tell people your real name? So it sounds like you're fine with telling people your or at least telling them fuck anti-Semitism. I'm gonna go check Shell ping pong. We're almost at 420. 420. Random, you're not playing on the potentially last game? Oh, because, what does that have to do with paint? Wouldn't that be fuck Semitism? Because your mom, unless your mom's not Jewish. In which case, I don't know if you are, bro. Are you faking it? You're gonna go now? Oh, okay. Well, thanks for the games, Random. I hope one of these days the Discord works for you. I tried to figure it out on my end. I don't know why it isn't. But I hope you have an amazing day, Random. Goodbye. I pressed bye-bye, but it fucking didn't work, so. This new guy's... You don't know if it's a guy, okay? Why you assuming, you know? Why you assuming? Better than Moog? Damn. Damn. That's... Damn. Well, he's Jewish. Or she. Oh, I almost made the mistake. Akhlai is Jewish. I don't even know if that's a... Akhlai is a girl name? You say, I was gonna say, I don't even know. Okay, I apologize. Gomen nasei. Slicha. By Ivrit, slicha means sorry. Yeah? Sumimasen in Japanese. Akhlai is best Jew. Wait, how about me? Of course Akhlai is funny. Akhlai is Jewish. Every Jew is funny. Jerry Seinfeld, the guy from Curb Your Enthusiasm, Larry David. Jerry Seinfeld's not really funny to me, though, but I forgive you. Spasiba, as they say in Russian. Toda raba. Toda raba. Thank you for being correct. How about me? Damn. I feel racist. I feel the racism. Nathan, we're gonna carry this game. Spasiba, as we say in Karelian. Karelian sounds like a Dragon Ball Z language. No offense to your language. It sounds cool, but I feel attacked. No, honestly, so far, every Finnish person that I've met on stream has been cool. And every Scottish and Swedish person has been terrible. I'm just joking. Yo, Jessique, what's up? What is up means bottom in Spanish. Who called me? Espasiba jaja. You can be an apprentice. Oh, damn. Spasibo, as we say in Karelian. Spasibo sounds like spasiba, which is thank you in Russian. And pasiva, which is just bottom in Spanish. We're so interlingually international. I don't know if that means anything. You're the best. I was lying. Your? Haha, where's Doctor? He could correct your. Moog number 1. Hi, Mr. Ping Ping. Hi, Mr. Jessica. Wait, did you finish classes? Because if you did, very nice. Moog is best viewer and Janelle's best mod. Damn, you're not even calling yourself best mod. Damn. Funny minus. I think best viewer. I don't know. It goes up and down. Best mod. Overall, probably Ping Pong Masters. I think I mod the best. But yeah, you guys are close seconds. How's it going, Mr. Mean? I'm not mean. I'm just accurately. I don't know, bro. I'm too tired to. I don't know. If I had more power, there would not be any viewers. True. True. I'm best at both. I'm his best viewer. Come on. Should I do a tier list? Honestly, I think Akhla is the best viewer here. The rest of you guys are like F plus tier, maybe. But you want to count that as best mod? Imagine once I wore the nah fuck anti-Semitism shirt and Star of David earrings and someone said, wait, you're Jewish? When I told them. Well, are there many... a lot of people don't even know what Jewish is. Like, when I went to Japan, I taught people... I taught a new generation of children what Judaism means. Even of teachers. Like, 30-year-old people. Or 20-something-year-old, actually, but... you want to count that as best mod? Yeah. I'm just a big fan. I'm just joking. I'll be back later. I'm starving. I'm starving too, bro. But I'm still here. So that means you're a pretty terrible viewer, Jesse. I'm just joking. Go eat your food. Yeah, do it. What? No, Moog. Moog is sleepy. Moog, how can I change it? I'm sorry. Yeah, a lot of people don't know about Judaism. What's the Jewish population? I'm kind of curious now. What's the Jewish population? Jewish population in Finland. Bro, I feel lucky. Did that say 1,300? You're one of 1,300 people. The third largest Jewish community in Scandinavia. That's following Sweden and Denmark. What else is in Scandinavia? Damn, bro. Oh, we're second place, Nathan. And we have 69 points. Let's go. Damn. 8 Jewish refugees were handed over to the Germans. Damn. Anyway. PP needs to twerk to make here I will twerk for 100 gifted subs in a maid costume, but you know it's not happening, son. I can't twerk, bro. It's that simple. Playing with Dinell took my final energy. My bad. Creepers weren't being nice to my house. Aw, that sucks. You guys need to get cats. We need to get cats. Maybe I'll go on an adventure on that Minecraft server to get cats. I didn't have lunch. I'm waiting for my mom to bring dinner. She's out. I need to go to the bathroom. Whoa, I hope it's not to masturbate, but I'll light it up. I'll get cats. Aw, that's so sweet. Moog needs energy. Moog, get that energy. I'm pretty energetic right now, but I'm really tired at the same time. Yo, good luck. Throwback meme. What's up, Cortez? I missed you, bro. How you doing, bro? How you doing? How's Jesus? How's life? You'll build me a new tree. I will. How you doing, Cortez? Always with the only one of 2 VIPs. Well, the other one is a mod, so he's not a VIP anymore. But I consider him still a VIP. Because when I unmod him, he'll get VIP back. Just kidding. He won't. Just kidding again. Why can't I climb that? Alright, I'm going to stop doing that. Why is me greeting with a good luck a meme? Because you forgot? Did you genuinely forget? Or you're trolling? You used to say good luck on my Super Mario 64 runs, and then just like leave or like lurk or whatever. I shouldn't say or whatever. Lurking is more than leaving. Is yeah, whatever. You would just say good luck and then not say anything else. So I thought it was a thought it was a meme. I don't want to spam in this chat. All right, see you, Moog. I can't press bye-bye. The sound effects are not working today, but thanks for popping in. And you got to meet a new Finnish viewer. That was cool. I don't know how to make this. Ah! How did... Oh, no. So close, bro. Ah. Bro, you got this, Nathan. I don't know how to do that part, bro. It's so hard. He's lagging like crazy. I do it all the time when I watch speedrunners. It's normal. Oh. That's funny that we got out. Stay on, always stay. I'll go get 10 stacks of wood. Why does it make it a meme? I don't know. It's just it feels like a meme to me. I don't know. The lag, yeah, I saw that. Good try though. Rosie deserves VIP. Well, no, people who get the amount of points deserve VIP, but Rosie would be a great VIP. Yes, I'm getting mad. It's okay. Go to Genshin, bro. We're gonna play some Poke MMO, so we could all play together and like verse each other in Pokemon. Kind of cool.
Really cool, guys.
For those that like Pokemon, Pokemon's gonna become more of a thing on this channel. We're still gonna have variety streams, but I want to do more Pokemon as well. So let's play some Poke MMO. It's been a while too. I'm going to Minecraft to kill kids. Nice. Zuto. Honestly, I forgot how to even open. Oh, it's just an app. I remember. Cortez, that's a good thing that it's a meme. We need the memes. You know what I'm saying? But how you doing, bro? How's being VIP feel like? How's being one of the coolest viewers feel like? Why are my lights changing? Is someone hosting me? Someone is hosting me, aren't they? I haven't played this game in super long. Do I have a bicycle? I do. Let's go. All right. I don't remember how to play this, but it's fun. For those that don't know, this is a Pokemon MMO game. So we could play against each other. And all these people are online players right here. So it's kind of cool. Obviously, you don't have to play. You could just chill. But yeah, I like this game. Cortez be like, what? Okay, I need to train my Pokemon. I think they're too weak right now. Let's go. I would kill your dog in Minecraft if I could join the server. I don't like the lag. It's happening all week. Bye. I'm sorry. I did not mean to say I'd kill your dog in Minecraft. All right, bro. No worries. See you, Nathan. Thanks for popping in. I really do appreciate it. I hope your lag, isn't as bad soon. When you go back home, I'm sure it'll be better. Also, one of my friends, Nanju, had Chanukia. Chanukia. I was like, Chanukia? What is that? No, he killed Tailo. Wait, what move did he use to kill Tailo so easily? I should have paid attention. I don't think Ralts has any moves, does he? Chanukia on his windowsills and a ball of pomegranates on his table. He had no idea why I looked at him like he wasn't telling me something, but I was very excited to info dump. Yeah, why did he have it if it was, if he's not Jewish? That seems so random. Bro, why does double hit do so much damage? Is double hit just not a normal move? I thought double hit was just a normal... Double hit. Pokemon. Isn't that like 30 power per move or something? 35 power and 90% accuracy. Why is he killing me with this? It's so dumb. Anyway. Yeah, whenever someone I meet that's not Jewish does like Jewish things, I always find it like really kind of exciting and kind of funny. I'm like, why do you do this though? Double hit shouldn't kill me. Okay, yeah. It's literally a normal move. That was weird. I know I was under leveled a bit, but like that was a bit too much. Okay.
Pokemon are strong.
Yeah, we celebrate Hanukkah. Yo, Mills? Very long time no see. How are you doing, Mills? F hair? I shaved my head. We just did a subathon. I streamed for 9 days in a row for money. For $500 to $600, I think it was. Or like, yeah, like 5 to 600, something like that. So I had to shave my head for the sub goal. And my head grew back, my hair grew back the past like 4 days. He thought it was pretty, I guess, but he gave it to me after because he felt strange just having it. Yeah, that's weird. He just thought it was pretty and bought it. Did he have it lit up? Or he had it like the electric ones? Wing attack on Makuhita makes sense here. And actually, Rock Smash on Zigzagoon. If I could get... I don't think this will be a one-hit KO, though. I should have hit Makuhita twice. Because Makuhita could take out Talo. If he has a rock move. And then no candles in it? Oh, okay. Hyper Voice. Thunder Punch! Why do you have Thunder Punch? You're level 17. Does Makuhita get Thunder Punch? Bro, I'm just trying to train this poor Talo and it keeps dying. Oh. How you doing though, Mills? How's life been going for you? I think we're just gonna headbutt here. It was filled with sand for some reason. What? That's so... I've never heard of that. That seems very random. By the way, anyone in chat could song request music if you'd like. So if you want to hear a certain song or something, you're more than welcome to song request it. And you could also join my game and play Pokemon. That's weird though. Sand? Why? Why sand? Yeah, it was. It's so random. I need this Talo to get strong. Look, I've tried... Wait, I have an experience share. Am I a dumbass? Don't answer that. I think I am. Steam client update has been downloaded. Okay. Okay, man. I don't know. He just put it there. Do you have a crush on him? Ooh. Kidding. I don't know. Sorry. I like making things awkward and weird. Alright. Let me go to back? How do I go to how do I check my actual Pokemon party? Nah? Oh. How do I can't... It's so dumb how you can't check all your Pokemon at the same time. That's a funny story, though. He is Pagay. He is Pagay. I think that's a new one. I haven't heard that one before. And we're in the same band. Oh, do you play music? He plays bass? Nice. What do you play? What? Why can't I check? Do I have to do this individually? This is so dumb. Yeah, Talo is the weakest one. Oh, and Zigzagoon. So I might be training Zigzagoon. Ralts has... Wait, Ralts has a move already that's decent. Confusion. So I'm going to take the experience share and give it to Talo, which sucks ass. Because it sucks ass. Where is it? Experience share. And then we're going to put Zigzagoon here. This is actually easier than controller. I think I'm going to play this game without a controller. I think that might be better. Alright. Yeah, that looks good. Pretty Mouth. I sing and I write the lyrics. Damn. Wait, are you in a legit band? Oh, I thought you meant like a school band or something. You're like in a band? That's sick. I've always wanted to be in a band. I don't sing well, but I sing a little bit and I play guitar. I played bass a little bit and piano I play. We actually made a song for chat. I think Covet is the better move. I don't remember. No, he has Poison Point. Oh, that's annoying. We don't have a steel Pokemon. Oh my... Venoshock is a really strong move. Unironically, I'm gonna use Talo here. That's sick. Do you have any music on Spotify or something? No, it almost killed Roselia. Venoshock's probably gonna kill us. Look out for our song coming out. It's called Autistic guitar? Autistinen gitara. What language is it gonna be in? I should have taken out Ralts for confusion. I don't know what I'm doing. No, Venoshock. Shadow Ball. What moves do these Pokemon have, bro? We are all on the spectrum. That's why the name. Gotcha. Some are in English, some are in Finnish. If you wanna actually let us know the band, we'll play it on stream. I'll follow you on Spotify. I like listening to new music, unless it sucks ass. In that case, don't send it to me. I'm just joking. You could still send it. That would be fine. No, there's no double battles. I'm dumb. I thought there was a double battle. Please tell me oh, okay. Sandshrew, Marshtomp should be able to take out. You don't have any in the indigenous language? I'm sorry, I forgot the name for it already. Korean? It's not Korean. Okay. I forgot. You gotta remind me, I'm sorry. Racist. Bro. Don't tell. Akhlai doesn't know that I'm racist yet. Just kidding. Cortez, I'm sorry. Cortez, I've missed you. I've honestly missed you, as parasocial as that sounds. But, you know. I gotta speedrun again. You were here the other day. I know. I'm just saying. I missed you. I'm sorry. I'm saying the other day it was nice seeing you as well. We haven't published anything yet, but we're called Kuvunit Sulukurkut, the dried pickles. That is a terrible... Why would you name yourself the dried pickles? That just sounds so funny. It sounds pretty weird to me, but... Hey, you know what? There's a lot of weird... There's a band called the Oral Cigarettes, so you can make it work. Nice seeing you too. Oh yeah, and all those Pokemon emotes. Hell yeah. We make comedy music? Okay, the dried pickles makes more sense then. That makes more sense then. Autistic guitar also makes more sense too. You better dance all night. You better make it right until we all fall down. We all fall down. Of course you do comedy. You're Jewish. All Jews are funny. Makes sense. What are some of your jokes in your comedy music? I'm curious. Why doesn't Numel have a flamethrower? This game has intense freaking battles. A flamethrower on a Numel is insane. I need the rest of our team needs to level up. They need to evolve. Marshtomp is like, I did not mean to use Mudshot, but might still be one hit KO. Yeah. Marshtomp is like carrying. I mean, he has Mudshot at level 19. Actually, Mudshot might have been the better choice there. Oh, do you know this? Do you know this artist, Akhlai? This is it's true. We're hilarious. It's true. Hilarious. Hilarious. That sounds very weird. But I know what you're trying to say. We're gonna go to Ralts here because this Shroomish probably has like freaking Leaf Tornado or something. Mega Drain. Oh, I should have said Giga Drain. Mega Drain shouldn't kill? Yeah. I mean, I know Ralts sucks, but... And we miss Hypnosis. It's 5 a.m. Give slack, please. Why are you... Oh, yeah. Why are you up so late? I forgot. Finland is like 7 hours. I'm gonna start streaming earlier. In the next couple of weeks. So, it might be better for you, but... If you would want to come back. But... Also, why are you up at 5 a.m.? Jesus, you missed every Hypnosis, bro. Oh, I'm scared to use Tailo because Tailo sucks assholes. Honestly, I think I'm going to go with Ivysaur here. I'm trying to remember. You're 10 hours ahead? Well, it's 10 right now. 10:30 here. So 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 7 hours ahead. 7. Right. 7-11. Should I use Sleep Powder? I'm going to use Sleep Powder. And we're missing. Oh, I'm stupid. Sleep Powder doesn't affect him. Alright, we're just gonna use takedown. It should do a lot of damage. Insomnia bad right now. That's not good. Na, 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 na. The artist I was playing was Matisiyahu, a reggae Jewish rapper from New York. I tell you, he used to be my favorite artist when I was a kid. Please give me some of that sleep powder. Yeah, you got this. Don't worry. A lot of people say my voice is good to fall asleep to, so. Whoa, there's a Rayquaza. And it's already been caught. What? That is crazy. I want to catch Rayquaza. Rayquaza keeps being abandoned. Guys, should we go try to catch a Rayquaza? I don't even think we have fly. Unless you're talking about Coke, because that won't help. I tried already. Nice. Coke, cocaine. I think that's exactly the same thing, but you know, what else could help? Oh, I have to go get... I thought I already did this part of the game, but I guess not. Every time, Kyomo, I tell you my turn. What did I want to say? Oh yeah, a good amount of people have... Some amount of people have insomnia here. I would suggest, if you haven't done it already, to do Coke. Just kidding. Not Coke, you've already tried it. To do... To do your mom. No, to do... What did I want to say? Oh yeah, to follow certain things, like remove all electronic devices an hour before you plan to go to sleep. Try to darken your room as much as you can. You know, turn off all the lights and stuff like that. Do something, maybe make it a habit to start reading before going to sleep. Stuff like that. The DC invite link doesn't work. Yeah, I have to, sorry, good catch. I have to, there was some troll that you can't read. What did I just say in chat? I call cap. Salatisica. Yeah, I have to add it back on Twitch. There was some troll guy, so I had to make it private, and I made a different Discord link. I'm really happy you brought that up because I can now fix it. All night, all day, all day. Oh, I don't even know how to. I know how to. I am a pro streamer. I go to community. I go to insights. What button do I press, guys? Content. Settings. There's too many buttons. I'm going to press on stream. And then I'm going to press on channel. Boom. It was channel. Then I'm going to press on Discordo. I'm going to press the link, and I'm going to replace it with this link. So I thank you very much. This new link should now work. Hopefully. Unless I fucked it up. Thank you, Akhlai. 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 Every day, every time, come on, I tell you my turn. I'm Salatisica. Yeah, I figured. Don't worry, we don't have 20 people at a time joining the Discord, so it means the lettuce swine. What? Why would you name yourself Swine? That is related to pork and pigs, and you're Jewish. Doesn't seem very smart. Bro, this Pokemon's level 21. Zigzagoon is dead. Hopefully recoil damage will be quite a bit. Oh no, because he didn't miss. I'm dumb. Let's go with Tailo. Tailo, if it was higher leveled, would do better, but... Oh, it leveled up. Thunder Punch. Everyone has Thunder Punch. It's kosher. It's lettuce. Let us leave. I don't think that's how it works, bro. But maybe you're right, girl. Maybe you're right. Maybe I am the dumbass in this situation. I'm going to use Marshtomp. Why do I keep saying that? Marshtomp, since he's the most underleveled here. And we're going to go for Mudshot. Bro, how do you not... Doesn't High Jump Kick have, like... I have 1 life. Doesn't it have not that much accuracy? Hopefully we're faster now. We are. Hell yeah. Yes. What's up, gamer? Yes. Well, how much accuracy does it have? It's 50-50? Bro, Bro, it hit 2 in a row. That's annoying. If a pig is made out of lettuce, but is it a pig? Is it kosher? A pig is made out of lettuce. Does it have hooves? Hooves? I don't know. Use double team? Nah. Maybe I should have actually. I think Swift should be okay here. Because we with Mudshot, we decreased its speed. If we didn't decrease speed, it could have swept us, I think. Hey, Poke Rap! Oh my god, we're so cool! It has 7 hooves. I guess it's not. I guess it's kosher. I think you're right. Did the rabbi bless it? That's the real question here. Aren't you supposed to get something from them? Aren't you supposed to get like a prize? Oh, here it is. Mako Brace. Let's go. Mako Brace decreases speed but increases other IVs, I think. Something like that, right? Like attack IV maybe? I don't really remember. It is the rabbi. Muscles. Yeah. Yo, look at these muscles, bro. Thanks for the muscles. Ooh, you even put the Hoenn version, and we're playing in the Hoenn region. Bro, that was deep, gamer. That was as deep as my deek and my grandma. I hope no one in my family is watching this. Bro, I got you, bro. I kept this here just for you, Chimmy. So you guys don't have to see my ugly, bald head anymore. What button is, oh, not that button. I'm gonna press every button until I figure this out. What freaking button? Oh my god, these literally every button in this game does something. What button makes my boosacle? Oh, I can make a team. Yo, let's make a team. Ping pong squad. Team tag. Ping. That's such a dumb thing, right? Thank you. You're welcome. I love this song. This is one of my favorite Naruto Shippuden openings. My eyes aren't getting burned anymore from the glare reflecting. You don't need to do in parentheses joking. I got it. It ruins the joke a little. I appreciate you doing that initially, though. Because I mean, these are pretty obvious jokes. Do you want to be a comedian when you grow up? Oh, no, you said you want to be a microbiologist researcher person. Digimon. Not joke. Oh, shit. Not joking? All right, we're going to make the team name Ping Pong Masters TTV. No, it doesn't fit. All right, we'll just say it's PP Squad because that's what we are, PP Squad. Thanks for the applause. Welcome back, Random. How you doing? A team with that tag already exists? All right, well, that's too much work. I'm not going to figure. Oh, one is bicycle. Okay, one is bicycle. Digimon is shit, bro. Why would you put that? I'm gonna be a microbiologist comedian that does stand up while working in a band. Nice. Who is back? Me? No, I'm not here. No, just some random person came through. Not you, a random person. Don't worry about it. If you like Digimon, this is not the place for you. True. And I sing the stand up. Do you actually want to do that? That sounds kind of cool. Imagine you're just like, microbiology, more like microlyology. And then everyone just like laughs and you're just like, I'm so funny. And you get no one to buy any tickets because you're just really bad at telling jokes. Am I going to get killed by this Magnemite or am I going to survive? Microbiology, more like micropenis. You see, I'm so funny that Akhlai laughed with me, not at me. Why wouldn't you use the electric? Oh, I'm a dumbass. Marshtomp is immune to electric type moves. I'm so stupid. I'm a stupid baka. I'm a sussy baka. Let's change to this so electric moves don't. What? Let's change to Ivysaur so electric moves don't do much. And we'll use rock. We'll just take out Whisper. Get a Po-song. Why are you putting these yokai wajro? At least that's Japanese. Magmar's name in Japanese is Boober. That's hot. I wonder why. Booba. Booba. What does that mean in Japanese? I don't know. I made a funny joke once. Listen, I'm listening. If it's not funny, you get permabanned and you can never come back here. But if it's funny, then you get gifted a sub. I don't know. Why do you not give your Pokemons the usernames of your viewers? I can't nickname any of them. I do that when I do Nuzlocke. So we're going to do Nuzlocke starting next week probably. And I'll name them based off what you guys want them to be named. So for those that don't know, for those that just are not educated on this, Pokemon Ping Pong Masters. All right, I guess I'm not that big, which is fair. Huh? Oh, wrong channel. I was like, where are all my videos? All right, this is my YouTube channel, ! YouTube, to check it out. We're gonna go back to a lot of Pokemon content, but
In today's
this is a Nuzlocke video I did. I named it Mommy Blast after Blaster. Here's Cortez, Piantissimo, actually, and Nathan.
players, Big Bird at the daycare, and head on to
We name it based off what people want to name it.
Full-Loss. We go up against Matt.
There's gonna be a bunch of Nuzlocks coming up, content. This is when my hair was red and blue. Oh shit, I forgot about that.
We go up against.
You see, we named them. In this one, people wanted to be named Daddy, Son, God, Mouse, Daughter, and then Aqua was someone in chat who's like one of the best chatters. So we do name it after viewers. In this game, I just can't name any. I can't name them yet. Apparently, it takes time to name. Lugia still. Hint the boobs on his heads. Do you think that's actually why? That'll be funny. I want to be a Ditto. I don't think we'll catch a Ditto in the Nuzlocks, but we'll see. You had... Yes! I had hair there. Jewish question? No, the Jewish riddle. A dog, a rabbi, and a goose walk into a bar. Yeah, I feel like I've heard this one. Don't ban me, please. Yeah, you're getting banned. That's just joking. You're getting a mod comment. Okay? Bad Jewish joke from fellow Jew Sag. So now all the mods will see that comment in the future. Shut up. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll shut up. Nah, f you, bro. I want to talk. What about Scarlet Violet? We will be doing a Scarlet Violet Nuzlocke, and we are going to have Pokemon videos on the channel related to content for that. So if you're interested in that, follow the YouTube. If you're not interested in that, that's fine too. We're going to have the subathon. We just did a 9-day subathon for those that don't know. That's going to be the last non-Pokemon video for a while. I'm going to upload that this weekend, probably. Hopefully. If you get a Ditto, call it Random Sun. If I remember, I will be sure to do that. I make no promises. Quick attack, please kill. Please quick kill. I didn't pay attention if I'm faster. Okay, it killed. I'm heartbroken. Oh no, sumimasen. Slicha. Gomen nasai. You don't need to remember, I will remind you. Oh, okay. Why are you yelling at me, bro? Why is everyone yelling at me? Ping new channel. I don't have a new channel. It's gonna be on my main channel. That channel you saw right now is just for streaming. So all the recommendations on that channel is like based off like the You Laughy Loses that we've done and stuff like that. I forgot I have Seed Bomb. Ivysaur is mad OP right now. Oh, this song's good. Gotta catch him. Oh, Pokemon. Sounds funny. Double team. Do I want to give double team? We'll take out Growl. The other moves could be useful, I think. Imagine Nuzlocking this game. This is a community game to play with you guys. Once again, if you guys do want to play it, it's called Poke MMO. It might be on phone. I'm not sure. But we could play together and we could verse each other and stuff, so it's kind of cool because of that. I don't even know what they're saying. Is this the Digimon song? Does having a Karaite father and having a Rabbanite mother double Jewish child? You said your dad was secular, no? Oh, but Karaite... Is Karaite like Jewish mostly? Rabbinite. Do you have a rabbinite mother? Jesus, that's like quadruple Jewish because of the law of exponents, which is probably a thing that I'm misquoting, but you know, it's okay. That is pretty Jewish. I don't know. People see religion very differently, you know? Like, if you're secular, if you're really secular, some really religious Jews will be like, you're not Jewish. I consider myself Jewish, even though I don't know if I really believe in a God. But, you know, a lot of my experiences in life relate to, like, Jewish culture and stuff like that, so. The Hoenn Pokey rap slaps. Yeah, it is actually pretty catchy. No, it's a hypocritical. Hypochondriac? Sorry. Is it hypocritical? Hypocritical? I don't know. It depends who you ask. I don't know. I think if your mom is Jewish, technically you're Jewish, right? Isn't that the whole thing? Everything else is just how Jewish you are. I don't know. It's to people. I don't really think about that much. Because I don't care that much. Like, if you're Jewish and we share similar cultures because of that and similar experiences, like, that's you know, that's the thing. My mother is the child in that hypocritical. You're saying it wrong. Hypothetical, but you're good. Alright, fellow patrilineal. Oh. Shedinja Wismer. Sounds like when I'm streaming my fake voice. Wait, so your grandma is a rabbinite, yeah? Sure. I don't know. I don't really think about that, to be honest. Yeah, I wonder why it's mother for Jews. Like, wouldn't it be just if your mom and dad are Jewish, you're Jewish? That makes more sense to me. Slack, please. It's 5 a.m. True. Maybe I should end stream soon because it's 5 a.m. and you should, you know, I should influence you to go to sleep. But then you might just go to another streamer or something, yeah. Zigzag Goon. We're gonna butt heads with this Nuzleaf. You see what I did there? Why does it have Razor Leaf? That's so strong. I want to use Talo, but Talo sucks my pee-pee, okay? It's so bad. This literally turns on randomly. I did not turn it on. I did not do it, Mark. I did not. That was weird. Or maybe I guess I did. I don't know. Wing attack. I got a ball sack, but I'm not black. Sorry. When I'm tired, I just say very random stuff. I apologize in advance for what everyone has to hear. Oh, this is the Digimon song. Right. This song's actually pretty catchy. Digimon monsters. Digimon monster. I mean, you can't make a user? No, why not? Random, why? I want to play with you. No homo. It looks like you wrote, I can't make a USSR, and I was like, what? My grandfather is Kraim Karai. I don't know what that is. Jew and grandmother Rabbinites, but I follow Karaite customs mostly. Ooh, what are some of those customs? I'm really curious, actually, because I don't know anything about that. Watch this Talo be the strongest ass Talo when my Talos have been sucking buttholes, bro. Watch, I'm going to use Covet here, and it's going to use Wing Attack and kill my Zigzagoon. What'd I say? And I still kept him out like an idiot. Digimon monsters, Digimon. I tried to make an account with the user random no cap, but it doesn't work. Oh, maybe it was taken already, yeah? I'm just going to use Hypnosis here. I don't know why I took out Ralph's. Yo, question mark? Maybe best decision of my life? No. Did I just use Hypnosis again? I'm dumb, bro. I did not mean to do that. Ugh, I'm lucky it's still sleeping. Depending on the generation of Pokemon, a Pokemon could be maxed sleep for like a very long time. Ooh, but he changed out Pokemon. But he changed to Alambre, which got confused. Let's go. Maybe I should use Confused Ray, not Match, and it went. Shit. I don't know why I changed to Magical Leaf. Confused Ray I mean, confusion probably would have been better because of stab damage. Digimon monsters, double kick. Ayo, that did good damage. Snapped out of confusion. Great. That's pretty much useless. And Mega Drain, which is very annoying. Oh, it didn't do that much. Let's go with Swift. Swift never misses and does decent damage. Oh, more than decent. I wonder why it did so much more than double kick. Digimon monsters. All right, now we got Talo, which is gonna use wing attack probably. We're gonna go with Swift again here. Oh, I forgot it's sleeping. Swift should do some. Let's go, Digimon. Okay. Yeah, but what are some examples of Karaite culture or customs? I'm kind of curious. Yo, bars, cars, Mars. This is the best song so far. Is this the Yokai Watch one? Basically, I don't follow rabbinical customs like candles on Shabbat, and unlike, oh, you say Shabbat, you don't say Shabbos. And unlike most rabbinical women, I pray 3 times a day, and I eat meat and dairy together. They aren't from the same animal. So you're not that kosher, yeah? This is Yokai Watch, okay. Shimmy. Unlike most... Wait, you pray 3 times a day? Oh, so you're pretty religious then. Never mind. That's interesting. Random no cap. Let's go, baby. All right, add me as a friend. If you want. Here, I said yo in chat. You might be able to click on my name and add me. I don't know. Or, I don't know how it works, to be honest. I'm too dumb. Oh, here. Community. Friends. Let me add you as a friend, actually. I first have to make something in settings. Okay. Random. Is that N0 cap? Bro, I think it is. Player cannot be found. Maybe because you just made it? Yeah. Try to add me as a friend. I think I'm just Ping Pong Moosters. Same as my stream name. I'm kosher to extent that it's mentioned in the written Torah. I haven't read the Torah except for my bar mitzvah. Oh, wait, we already got the fossil here, I think. Oh, never mind. I lied. I played this game so many times, I'm getting confused from different times of playing it. Oh, so you're pretty kosher then. Do you eat only from kosher restaurants? Like if you went out to eat, would you eat pizza that wasn't kosher? My assumption is no, but why did I take out this Pokemon? It says I have to load some files. Yes, you do. Definitely do not get them illegally from a website I might be sending you right now. Definitely do not do that. Okay? Definitely do not find the ROMs you need to load in. Okay? Illegally. Definitely do everything legally. Definitely don't delete the message after I send it to you. Okay. Cool. I just wanted to get that across. After you download it, I mean. I mean, let's go with water gun here. Should be an easy kill. Ping, you're no longer bald. I know, right? It grew back. Sorry, Chimmy, the hat fell. It grew back insanely fast. Like, my hair is insane. But this is still crazy. I've never had, like, a haircut like this, you know? Oh. Water Pulse? Water Pulse does 60 damage and can confuse, I'm pretty sure. Yes. I remember my Pokemon sometimes. I would, since not eating anything but kosher food would mean I would have to starve or be vegan. Which I can. I like chicken and beef too much. Oh, okay. I told you to wax. Bro, was it still not cool? It was still pretty crazy for me. Who knew I would look this good bald, okay? Or god damn it, shaved. Fuck you guys, okay? I shaved my head. I couldn't wax it, bro. My family was like, it's dangerous. No one has ever done it before. We're probably gonna fuck up and make your head bleed. I'm like, okay. Like, it's not like I didn't want to wax it. Y'all haters. You guys are haters. Only Akhlai is not a hater. Akhlai is the coolest viewer. Everyone else is a hater. And Cortez.
You're
Cortez
okay.
is cool. And Doctor.
Moog's best.
And Moog.
Wait. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you.
Okay. You just kept on going. I was like, okay. I guess he has been muted.
Nah, I don't have you muted. Not yet. So if I'd be on this
Moog's the
website,
best.
Moog is pretty cool. Everyone is cool in this chat because the people who aren't cool end up leaving because they don't like the vibes, right? I don't know.
Like Jimmy.
Like Jimmy, exactly. If I would be on this website, what I'm not, what should I do then? If you were on this theoretical website that you should not be on, that I definitely did not message you, then you should definitely not press the vault, okay? And after pressing the vault, you should definitely not press the console of the game you're trying to get and then install the game. Just do not do that no matter what, okay? That's what you don't want to do. It looks sussy baka, but I definitely did not tell my dad or my brother about it. Or my brother told me about it, and our dad checked it out, and it gives no viruses and stuff because he's like a programmer. I don't know what he did. He did something, so it's definitely
He
fine.
really?
Yep.
Damn. So then he just checks and like sees if like
Yeah, he's like,
bad.
oh, it's like it doesn't give any viruses. You should be good to
What?
download from
How
here.
do you do that?
I don't
That's
know.
actually
I don't know.
really-
Maybe that's not what he did, but all I know is
When
my
I go
brother
to
told
his
me it was
house,
safe.
I'm gonna ask him and be like,
Ask him, bro. He knows a lot about programming.
man, that's really interesting.
Another funny thing, imagine what was the one thing that pretty much single-handedly inspired me to become BT. I don't know what BT is. Breaking trends? I don't know.
Breaking Bad.
Breaking Bad. What? BT. Bacon and
Oh,
tomatoes? I don't know. Baal Teshuva. Wait, is that what I think it is? Bro, I am not religious enough. I don't know.
all is life in Hebrew.
Baal is life. Baal Teshuva. The halakha. Baal Teshuva is a Jew who adopts some form of traditional religious observance after having previously followed a secular lifestyle. Oh, I actually didn't know what that was. Interesting. So that might be me in the future if I talk to you too often. So I have to talk to you less, I think, is the solution here. Because I don't want to be more I'm just joking. What was the one thing that inspired you?
Jesus.
Jesus. That would be kind of crazy. Was
He's
it
a real
Jesus?
one, though.
He
He's
is
a
a real
Jew.
one. He is a Jew. I'm guessing Jesus. Because that would be funny. And random. Nah. Oh, that's kind of racist, but okay. Who could it have been? Or what could it have been? You just didn't feel like eating pork? Ooh, we're learning Psybeam. Yeah, Psybeam is just a better confusion, so. The Prince of Egypt, the movie? That's so funny you say that. Someone told me that they didn't know what Egyptians were or like Muslims or something until they watched that movie. Like someone told me that recently. Like that movie just changes lives apparently. What was in the Prince of Egypt that made you want to go religious? That's so random. Bro, Flame Burst did way too much damage. Confused. Oh, he actually got confused.
Is he talking about Tut? Or,
She, bro. She's talking about the Prince
or
of Egypt.
Moses?
No, the Prince
It's a
of
she?
Egypt. Yeah.
Oh my! I'm sorry.
We
I feel like I should have known this.
got a lot of female viewers.
I'm telling you.
Yeah,
like,
you're
you
right.
only get female.
It's because of my haircut. It's just amazing.
I don't know why. I thought Liam would get like the most.
Yeah, because he's an attractive person.
He's a good-looking ass dude.
Bro, what are you trying to say about me, bro? Because I'm brown, I'm not
saying-
good looking.
No, I'm saying that he's like.
Yeah, I'm
really
not.
good looking.
He is a good looking guy. I would say I'm like.
Like objectively,
I would say I'm like
He's-
average or below average.
you're above average.
I don't know about that, but I'll take it as a
Nah,
compliment. Thank you.
You're not ugly, bro.
I don't know. You haven't
Trust
seen me IRL yet, though.
Yeah, without the filters.
Without the Snapchat filter. Moses was too fine in the movie. Oh, is that the Prince of Egypt? I was thinking of the.
Yeah, that's what I said. Moses.
Oh, you were right. I'm dumb. I was thinking of a different movie.
I was like Tut or Moses.
Wow.
I know my stuff.
True.
Thank you, VeggieTales.
The other Finn is here. VeggieTale. I'm not there on this
Where's
website.
Mugen? Moog, go to fucking sleep, bro.
Bro, Akhlai is also in Finland. They both need to go to sleep. When stream ends. Just kidding. You guys should actually go to sleep.
Dude, I just said goodnight to Moog, and she's here.
Damn. Moog was trying to
Fucked
get
up.
away
She
with
lied
you,
to me.
but she can't.
She tried to get away from me.
Random. I don't know why you got an error message, to be honest. Try to download some of the other theoretically stuff. Moog.
Anyways,
Bro,
I'm gonna go eat later.
later. I'm hungry too. See you, bae. I had to say bye to my bae. Bye, guys. Sorry, guys. That's Dinell, for those that don't know. One of the coolest people. One of my mods. All my mods are cool people, though. Every single one. Doctor, Dinell, Nathan, Diego. I love all of them. Damn, why are you cursing on stream? Can someone ban Moog for cursing? That guy sounds odd. Nah, that guy that was just talking in the chat, he might sound a bit odd, but he's pretty cool. Honestly, he's pretty insecure about his voice, but I don't think he's odd at all. Kettle. Mix. Imagine Moog hates indigenous people of Finland, and Akhlai is an indigenous person, and they're just gonna hate each other now. That would be sad. I said that perfectly. Don't even lie, guys. I wanna heal. I wanna feel. I wanna feel my stepsis up. What? Shut up, Pink. What are you saying? Yes, you did. I did, bro. I should become Finnish. I should finish streaming and become Finnish. But aw, indeed. Wait, why aw? Oh, because I want to become Finnish. But you're trying to escape Finland. I feel uncomfortable. All right, I'm gonna stop. I apologize. Wait, what did Akhlai say? Did she say something that made you feel uncomfortable? Should I permaban her? I could do it if you want me to. Converting to Finnaism. Finnaism. Funny thing is, that sounds like an actual thing. I belong somewhere I belong. Wow, you're assuming, Akhlai, Moog is a female, okay? And you said he. Moog uses she, okay? So, gotta make another mod comment for that, you know? Gotta just be like, mod comment. I am trolling. This is just a random mod comment. Now you have 2 mod comments on you. That's not a good sign. That is not a good sign. Bruh, you literally said your name was a female name, and now you're saying that all Finns are men. And now I'm just confusion. Now I want to go to Finland even more to escape all the women in America. I'm just joking. That would be kind of funny, though. If I unironically meant that, that would be funny. All but me? Damn, no wonder you want to leave. That seems like not a good time. Just men all around you. I wouldn't want that if I was a woman. Bro, how does this guy have Fire Blast? He's a level 18 Numo. Just if I live specifically in Helsinki, and that was pretty sus. Damn. I don't know. I don't think that's sus personally, but I can see why that is sus. So, I am an egg. I have an egg-shaped head. So, Achlai, chill on the location, okay? Moog is trying to be very discreet with it, you know, which is fair. Guys, do I have an egg head? Be honest. Do I have an egg head? I feel like I have an egg head. Why do you feel more attacked? Why? Oh, this guy's Kobe Bryant. We just beat Kobe Bryant before he passed away too. That's quite a feat. All right, let's verse this guy. You have good head? I give good head. I don't have a good head though. I have an egg head. I have an egg-shaped head. Like when I was born, this is no joke. When I was born, they had to pull me out of my mom. So like pull. I think that's true. Half my body was stuck or something. So like, I feel like I might be bullshitting, but I feel like my mom told me that. I don't know. So, no, Magical Leaf. Why didn't I switch out? I am dumb. So yeah, I have an egghead. It sounded like she was calling me egg. Oh no, I thought she was calling me an egg. Unless she was calling you an egg. N. Oh. Would you like me to ban Achlai? I could do it, Moog. I could do it. Achlai's like, don't ban me. It's a mystery. Why does every Pokemon have Venoshock? That's a super powerful move. No? Oh, okay. I've been told no. Thankfully, Ivysaur is actually a poison type. So, takedown is good. Custup Berry? What the hell is that? I'm the best viewer. I have the certificate to prove it. Nah, you don't have a VIP badge like Cortez, Piantissimo. This is the first day you're here. I don't know about best viewer. But you seem pretty chill so far. You seem pretty chill. It's in your password? Okay, I might be wrong then. Damn, I gotta ban you. Moog is not having it. Imagine I actually banned Achlai and then Moog is like, what? Why did you do that? Or Moog is like, good. Da-na-na. It's my second name. Achlai, best viewer, and then James. I'm guessing your last name is James. I could be wrong though. I usually guess last names pretty well though. So I don't think I'm wrong, but we got a Torkoal. Oh my god, it's a Torkoal. That's literally the worst thing to go up against right now, so we're gonna leave. The ad song is a banger. Lol. You're jamming to an ad. That's the best viewer. Someone who doesn't sub, but enjoys the ads. Unironically, good viewer. I want random. Random. Did you figure it out yet? Because I think we're gonna end stream soon. Usually I like to go for 4 hours, but I am very tired. I have no money for it. I'm sorry. Forgive me. It is completely fine. I'm not one of those people that is like, subscribe or you're a terrible viewer. You have to if you don't subscribe, then you're out. You can't join streams anymore. Like, you have to subscribe. It's only $5 a month. Like, I don't get it. Like, yeah, that's pretty cringe. Yeah.
Monkey do good.
Monkey do
very good.
I know I'm Jewish, but you know, I don't think about money as much as I maybe should. Or I think about money, but like, I don't know. I could have been working in Wall Street, making 6 figures, 100,000 USD a year. Starting salary. I would have been making more right now. Living with family, at least for the first year or two. Saving up a shit ton of money. But I said no. I want to be a streamer. Well, it didn't really work like that, but yeah. So I do care about money, but my desire, my long-term desire is that I make money from YouTube and not from Twitch. I don't want to rely on individuals giving me money because I don't want to be in that state of mind of like, oh, I need more money for rent. Damn it, I have to push people to subscribe or gift subs. Like, I really don't want to be in that mindset. Triple? Oh, I forgot to have hordes in this game. So for me, it's like I honestly hugely appreciate any amount of money I get on Twitch, but I would hope that I can make money off of YouTube, and that Twitch could be a place where we could all like chill and stuff. I mean, like making money on Twitch is nice too, but you know, I don't think I'll ever push it. Even during the subathon, I didn't really push it. Yeah. Anyway, we actually progressed through this game quite a bit, which is nice. Remember me as the paint chip collector that changed your outlook on life when you become a famous creator, please. Thanks for saying when and not if. But if I become a famous creator, I remember a lot of people, actually. I remember a lot of people for some reason. I don't know if I'll remember you like that, but I'll remember you as the fellow Jew from Finland who might be living in Israel or the UK by the time I respond. Or, you know, but you know, by the time the future comes. But yeah, I remember a lot of viewers who like left and didn't come back in a long time. But people who stay here consistently, like it's impossible to forget you even if I want to. So yeah. That is that. She's definitely from North Korea. Bro, she comes back another time. I'm like, yo, what's up, bro? You're like a 80-year-old guy, right? Like, I remember you. You're from North Korea. Did you escape yet? And she's like, what? What are you talking about, bro? I think she's from North Korea, too. I think this is a ploy. It doesn't add up, right? Like, Jewish person in Finland goes to Italy every year. That sounds like a really cool person, but definitely from North Korea. Makes more sense. Do you think anyone from North Korea actually like has access to Twitch or like knows what Twitch is? Like, do you think there's one person in North Korea who's too nice and Jewish? Yeah, true. Oh, how does an Electrike have Flame Burst? That seems so random. It didn't do that much though, but I think I'll Seed Bomb for the stab damage. Jesus, that did a lot. I'm not nice IRL. I'm very angry a lot of the times. I'm known to calm people down, so that's probably why you're nice right now. I'm a very calm person, except not always. Not as calm as Dinel. Dinel is like on another level, but I used to be angry. I got less angry over time. I feel like when you get older, you just care less about certain things that used to make you angry. I don't know. I used to throw my phone at the floor or the carpet, like from anger. Now I get angry sometimes, but I get more like sad than angry. That's also because my dog just died, but so that probably doesn't help. But it's not funny that he died. It's just funny that I brought it up like that, I guess. But you know what I just realized? All these people in chat are speaking Chinese. Don't they only have 3 hours on the internet? How are they playing for so long? Or maybe it's like different groups, cohorts of them? I don't know. Did you guys hear? Did I just phase through him? I phase rugged through him. What's something you do when you're angry? Golem voice. You do a golem voice when you're angry? Do you get mad at work? Oh, yeah, that's a good question. If you work, achlai. Unless you're asking me, Dinel, if I used to get mad at work. I don't think I've ever gotten mad at work. Or if I did, I keep it inside and I try to like hide it. Flying. Taylor's gonna die. Golem voice? That's not a golem voice, is it? I get very sad and cry. Oh. What a pussy, bro. What a puss. I'm just joking. But also not really joking. It's like you get stabbed and you just you get sad and cry and I'm like puss. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I get sad more than I get angry, I feel like. Not that I get sad so often, but I cry from anime more than anything else. I get mad at games. Oh, yeah. I get mad at games too. But that's different. That just feels different. This guy just called his uncle. He's like, "Uncle." Kind of sussy baka, bro. I want to hear the golem voice. But, you know, it's fine. You don't need to do it. If you do it right now, I'll just pretend I heard it. Yo, that voice is crazy. I could never do a golem voice like that. That was actually insane. Akhla, you have an insane golem voice. Yeah, Dinel, that was crazy, right? That was insane. I'm surprised more people don't have that. Like, that surprised me. That really surprised me. Sometimes I feel like if someone is next to me, like if there was a ghost right next to me and like watching me, they would think I'm insane. I'm talking to a webcam and I'm just, you know? You ever think about that, guys? The streamers out there? You ever think about how you're just talking into a webcam, but there's real people on the other side? What games do you play? Ooh, that's a great question. From a great guy, Gnal Gigabyte. That's how it's pronounced. I need to get more water. Ooh, I stole Mystic Water. That's actually a good move to steal. First of all, this is on my backup playlist, I think, song. Second of all, you spelled quiet wrong. And third of all, I'm sorry, I'll stop talking. Bro, I hate Wingles that use Roost a billion times. Red Dead Redemption, GTA, Terra Online. Yo, I love this song. RuneScape. RuneScape is my childhood. And some first-person shooters, I don't remember what they're called. Apex Legends, Fortnite, Call of Duty, or something less, or something more niche. Bro, I played GTA when I was younger too. It was so fun. And then Terra, I think I tried to play once, and it was okay. And Red Dead Redemption, everyone tells me to play. Not Fortnite. RDR2 is so good. Yeah. I'm just gonna use Sand Attack. This Pokemon's really annoying. Wish is my command. It's pretty niche, I guess. No, I don't think any of those games are niche. I mean, it's the category of games that are all over the place, which is really cool. But I don't know if they're niche. Did I say they were niche too? I don't think they're niche. I think I can play it if I'm not trying some things. Let's go. The first player is niche? Oh, I gotcha. By the way, niche is spelled like this. I can't believe you misspelled it. I'm joking, you're fine, but yeah, that's how it's spelled. Shockwave. This whole time, this guy had Shockwave, which does a lot of damage. Your wish is my command. Won't you understand? Lutski. I don't know what that means. Does that mean kidding? Teach me some Finnish. I love fishing and walking around in Red Dead. Oh, you get fish in that game? That's actually pretty cool. I love grinding on RuneScape, but I feel like it's such boring content, so I never play it. Like Pokemon, at least I play it like once or twice on stream. Pokemon, I feel like this we could play together. There's a lot of strategy that goes into Nuzlocke. I mean, RuneScape also has a lot of strategy, but I don't know. I rarely fish. I'm so bad at it. Is it hard to fish in Red Dead? Damn. I hunt and rob people. Kind of racist, but you know, you do you. You do you. I don't hunt people. oh. You hunt and you also... I get it. Yeah, I thought you hunt and run. Okay, that makes more sense. I love how you just said, I don't hunt people. That was funny. You should form a comedy band. I feel like you could do it. Like, especially if you're good at singing. I feel like that would be really cool. To my sleep. I'm really tired, guys. But I'm feeling good vibes from all of you. So, we're gonna get to Mount, whatever the fuck it's called, because I don't remember. We're at Team Aqua, and we're gonna play a little more, and then we might end stream a bit early today. I'm already in one. Yeah, that was the joke. Ugh, I can't believe he didn't get the joke. Oh, Food Music went online? I didn't even see that. No, I'm an idiot. I didn't see that. Aww. No, I like Food Music. Ugh, I'm a dumbass. No, it wasn't. Okay, I apologize then, Akhlai. Your wish was my command. Want to play Mario Kart? Not really. I'm really low energy. I don't know why. I'm really tired. I had good sleep. It might have been because I feel like I didn't do much today. Tomorrow I want to start brand new. I want to like get up early. I want to fucking edit the subathon video and I want to stream. And tomorrow I think we'll play some Mario Kart. Wait, when do the new maps come out? They're coming out pretty soon, right? Ooh, flinch. Flinch is a good move. Is a good sign, I mean. Do you have Mario Kart, Akhlai? Magnitude 6. The 4th? Bro, no way it comes out the 4th. That is super soon. My uncle's birthday is the 4th. Sadly, you don't. Oh. Yeah, we'll definitely play Mario Kart on the 4th. With the new maps. If Jimmy is down. And if Jimmy's not down, we'll still play. But I think it would be more fun with Jimmy. And Jared. And Liam. I don't know. Liam never invites me to play games. So I don't hit him up because I don't know, you know. I don't know how he feels about that stuff. Sadly, I don't. Do you have a Switch? Are Switches popular in Finland? Is Finland your favorite country? Okay, I'm gonna stop. But are Switches popular there actually? That I'm kind of curious about. Moog might have told me and I might have forgotten, in which case I apologize, but it's Chimmy's birthday is today and your birthday was what? Oh, your birthday is on the 31st of this month? I'm gonna put a reminder so I can say happy birthday. You don't have a birthday? I'm just joking. I love writing people's birthdays down. You don't have a Switch? Damn. Another virgin. Whoa. You can't say that on stream. Virgo, there you go. They're pretty popular, but a lot of people don't have them. Oh shit, yeah, your birthday is pretty close too, Dino. Your birthday is like right after, yeah? A couple of days after. They're pretty popular, but a lot of people don't have them. Oh, okay. Because you guys are poor. What losers. Just kidding. I don't even know if you're poor. I gotta stop saying just kidding and just hope that everyone knows I'm joking. But at the same time, I feel like I have to say just kidding. You know what I mean? 7 days after, yeah. That did more damage than expected. Oh yeah! When we do the Nuzlocke, the last stream of the Nuzlocke is probably gonna be a moment. Moment badges look so sick, actually. I love that they added that. You speak English really well. Are you fluent? My cousins are getting married on Tisha B'Av. I was like, what is that? Tisha B'Av. Oh, wow. Congratulations. When is Tisha B'Av? Oh, Tisha B'Av is this weekend, no? It's a Jewish holiday. Not my cousins, one of them. Oh yeah, if your cousins got married, that would be very Jewish, or very Alabamian. The thing in America, it's one of the states here. A lot of cousins get married. Actually, I have a cousin whose wife's parents are first cousins, so you know that's kind of cool, I guess. By fluent, I mean, is it your first language or primary? One of them. Damn. Oh, there was a third person here. God damn it. Almost when I'm not running on 2 hours of sleep. I feel like Moog is fluent too. She just doesn't have confidence in herself. Like, Moog is so fluent. Speaking, obviously, we don't know, but do Finnish people tend to like learn English in school? Like, how does that work? La, 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 la. Moog is really good. So is Akhlai. Like, you look. You are so. Oh my god, I'm a dumbass, Ariel Ace. You are so good at English. Don't even. Go to sleep too, yeah. Half of my family speak English? Oh, okay. That's cool, I guess. Bro, I'm gonna get swept by a Ninjask. Are you kidding me? Not even a Shedinja. Speed boost is so annoying. Evie, you're gonna have to carry. Hard carry over here. If you don't do it, I am ending stream. Bug bite? I'm pulling an all-nighter tonight, and I'll try to sleep tomorrow, or like today, later. Why? Is there a oh no, I should have used quick attack. I'm an idiot. Is there a specific reason? Something Moog is also doing. Bro, Finnish people have so much in common. Finnish viewers have so much in common. Level 24. My rhythm is back. Circadian rhythm. That's not good. That's actually bad, some may say. But because you said bad and then I just said bad too, so it was like a stupid joke. I don't know. I'm so ugly, bro. I can't wait till my hair grows back. It looks so bad. I actually hate how it looks. I have to fix it like this. Fair. Yeah, I know. I know that feeling. But are you ever gonna come back, Akhlai? Are you ever gonna come back if my hours are bad for you? Well, I'm gonna start streaming a bit earlier, but yeah. Just for Akhlai. I'm back from killing those Minecraft kids. Good job. Also, what the fuck, bro? Yes, you are gonna come back? Huh, that's pretty dumb. I don't know why you would come back. This is a pretty... Everyone who's in this stream is like a prisoner. They all want to leave, but they've been here so long that they just stick around, you know? They sucked ass? Nice, Nathan. You know who else sucks ass? My stepsister. She's really good at it too. Mother, I hope you're not watching the stream. Or father. I love this song. The clouds. I get really weird when I'm tired. I'm pretty tired. Also, I'm just a...
Yeah, you do.
Right? I do though, right?
Honestly.
I think it's funny though, so it's okay.
Oh, I get weird when I'm tired. Ask Moog. I'd get mean. Ask Moog.
You get cranky. How was your dinner, by the way?
It was okay.
Okay. You're just being mean.
I had better.
I think I won't be able to play it because I'm right now on phone. Oh, okay. We'll play it another day, no worries. I've been locked up in pings. Damn it. No one can time him out because he's a mod. That's not true. He's just joking.
Unmod him.
Unmod him?
You said he...
I should unmod him. Dinel was so rude. You want me to unmod Dinel? I do anything Moog says. Moog is God. I'm the new guard. Oh, that's great. I can't unzip somehow files. Oh, check out 7-Zip. 7-Zip is a good application to unzip.
He said I sound mad chill.
Who said?
Not that I am. Moog.
She, not he.
No, you said it.
Huh? Oh yeah, you do sound chill.
Read what Moog said.
Oh, it's so funny how you said Dinel's more chill. He's not. I think Dinel's really chill. But you know what? Dinel's gonna come over in September. and I'll really see if he likes getting touched in bed. So, you know, we'll see what happens.
Yeah. About that,
Yeah.
I'm a girl as a boy.
Yeah.
No, I shouldn't say that.
That's fine with me. That makes me more excited. I shouldn't say that.
No, don't say that. That's why I said I shouldn't say stuff like that.
Yeah, I just make it worse, right?
This is why you can't have me in stream. Bye.
No, it's don't leave. Why am I using a move? I was trying to run away. I'm actually being a dumbass. I sure do, half joking. Hello. Go right out the window. And I could have escaped right away. Are you kidding me?
And I have to reload.
Excuse me. I apologize greatly for that. It's not fake. I've been here and the only thing I eat is non-meat. I need my meat. I think Pig got me on my way to school. I need Stop, bro. All right, bro. You can't, bro. You can't be telling people the truth, bro. You can't be doing that, bro.
Ban him?
No, I timed him out.
That's so funny. What happens to his mod?
I don't know.
Oh, it's gone.
You're not mod anymore. Can't tell people the truth. I'm sorry, Nathan. Why am I?
That's why.
I can't escape.
I guess you can't have a perfect record. And,
well, he hasn't had a perfect record.
Wow.
Does anyone have a perfect?
He's been timed out.
Maybe Doctor has a perfect method. Do you have a perfect method? Skarmory! I love Skarmory.
No.
You don't? Oh.
I don't think so. Let me see.
I love Skarmory. We're gonna use Rock Throw. It shouldn't kill, right?
I have.
Yeah, you got mod back, Nathan.
No, I have no bans or timeouts, but I have mod comments.
Well, mod comments. Doctor put lied to Ping and said words on stream wasn't working. Said he loves cats. True. That's pretty bad.
Go first, very pog. Got first, very pog.
Put my trust.
Wait, what? I'm guessing that's quote.
You have a question? Go ahead. I have an answer. There's only one thing you should know. By the way, it's why is that a quote? That's such a dumb quote. We only have one Pokeball? Are you kidding me? I am that big of a dumbass? Why do you keep me as mod? Yeah, other people wonder that as well. I don't know. Because I don't know.
Yeah.
You've been here since the beginning and you're chill and you help sometimes. Yeah, you're not the best mod. I mean, I think that's pretty obvious. But I don't know. Is it because I'm here all the time? No. There's a lot of people who are here all the time. You've been with
an old ass quote.
You've been with me in a lot of True. You've been with me in a lot of 24-hour streams where no one else was. You kept me company. You're pretty chill. Like, you're not the best mod, but you do actually help out sometimes. And also, I don't know. I think it's nice to have mods that are a bit different, cause like I don't know. It grounds me in reality. Like if sometimes I feel like I'm being too much, like you might troll a bit, and it reminds me that like that's fine. Like I'm not a freaking god, you know. It's fine if people troll. I don't know. There's several reasons. This is my only Pokeball. Are you kidding me, bro? He is sleeping with Red Life. Don't know how to unzip files with 7-zip. I don't know. Look it up, bro. I don't know. I don't even. Just right click on the file, and then you should see something say 7-zip. I think that's how it works. I don't have the same power as the PC mods have. Yeah, that's true. You don't really abuse the power much either, which I respect. How can I make a song request? See. Thank you, Dino. Good modding.
My heart. My heart.
I don't have the same
My
power.
heart's melting.
It is. Is this how humans feel happy? It feels weird. You feel happy? Aw.
Rosie! It's because of what you said. It's because what you said, and it made him happy. And like,
I'm happy I made you happy, bro.
my tears.
Wait, I know this song.
Hi, Rosie.
Yo, that's so crazy. Wait, no, there's like, most of chat is not Jewish, obviously, right? So the fact that like, I got chills on my spine. This is like music that my mom used to play when I was a kid. That's crazy. Hebrew music, sorry. Anyway, how you doing, Rosie? How was band practice? My legs feel like jelly. Jim Elmans talks too much, yeah. If it's happy or weirded out, you're probably feeling happy. Maybe it's weird to feel happy for you, so maybe it's both, but I think I'll take out Wing Attack. Yeah. I haven't heard this song in years, I think. That's crazy, bro.
Hey.
Why do your toes curl? That's weird, but I mean, to each their own, I guess.
Dude, the way she says that,
right?
though.
Like my toes are curling right now. It sounds like you're hard or something. I don't know. It's weird. I mean, but you do you. Practice was overall good. Definitely burns me out and gonna lose my voice soon. Damn. It's good you don't talk in VC then. You'd lose your voice even more. Damn. That kind of came out of left field. I didn't expect to ever hear this song on stream. Anyway. I like this song. I won't be able to play it on phone. I think I shouldn't try anymore. Aw. Bro, I appreciate you trying, though. That sucks random. Hopefully on PC if you're able to in the future. Because I do really like playing this with people. I mean, you can't do that much together, but you could, like, explore the game together and verse each other, so... You know. And trade and stuff. I'm losing my voice. I'm singing along so hard. Very nice. I don't remember the words and stuff, I'll be honest. If I ever even knew them. It's different vibes. Which is fine, of course. I don't want to do this double battle. Like tea and honey. Oh yeah, everyone says tea and honey for your voice. Gonna be doing it all over again tomorrow. Woo! Where's butter? Woo! I also really like Pokemon. Yeah. Can you get it on the PC somehow? We're gonna be playing a lot of Pokemon in the future here, so... Especially because Dinell really wants me to, so... Oh, I don't know if he left the VC.
What are we doing?
I don't know, I'm playing a lot of Pokemon.
Oh, okay. I heard something else. Never mind. Bye-bye.
Oh. Okay, bye. Butters and Liam stream playing Tetrio. That shit lagged on my stream, which sucks. I'm feeling really tired today, unfortunately, so we're gonna end stream fairly soon, guys.
And then we'll play Minecraft after hours.
Some people will for sure. I'm probably gonna eat and then probably join VC. Yeah. So if you guys
probably
go ahead.
I was gonna say probably play Minecraft.
Yeah. So if you guys want to join the Discord and talk and stuff after hours, there you go.
Rosie. You should check out Moog's Plays. It's pretty dope.
Moog's Plays? Is that a streamer?
Moog?
Wait, you're saying Moog or Moog's Oh, like how Moog plays? Is that what you're saying?
No, Place.
Oh, Moog's Place on Minecraft. Yeah, I'll check it out.
Yeah.
It looked cool. Like, she was building a foundation and everything. After party! I'm sorry, Rosie. You know what's even worse? I'm gonna start streaming earlier. No, usually I try to get at least 4 hours in on a stream. It's been 3.5, but I'm really tired today. I might extend it for you, Rosie. I might extend it. Don't touch Moo. Why didn't your song play, though? That was weird. She has a place already? Yeah, she was building near the water below, next to someone's place, right? For those wondering, we're talking about a Minecraft server that Gnal Gigabyte owns. Oh, yo, what's up, Joad? We already played Fall Guys. It's almost ending stream time. It's not Fall Guys time. I'm sorry. We played Fall Guys. We probably will start off with Fall Guys. Oh, you pressed play because... I honestly thought, wait, is the bot broken? It's because Discord it's play. Well, bruh. That's funny. It's work in progress. Nice. Which edition? It's Bedrock edition. But Dinel is inviting people. I don't... You have to talk to him about that. Vlad keeps saying one more game. Oh, you guys are playing? Oh, yo, Food, what's up, bro? How you doing? I saw you were online before. I got excited. And then, well, I saw you got off. I didn't realize you were online. Yeah, we've been playing some Pokemon. I'm going back on the Poke grind. So starting next week, I'm going to be doing Nuzlocke. And going to be playing this game more. Self-destruct, wow. That would suck if this was a Nuzlocke. I'm so used to ME6 commands, yeah. Moo is my pet cow. Oh, I gotta kill it when I go there. Oh, another Ofrahaza, but a nice. I love this song. I like a lot of Japanese songs because I lived in Japan for 2 years. For those that don't know, no one cares.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I lived in Japan for 2 years. Do you know?
Huh. Let me just put in the Japan emote.
I can't wait till we actually get a Japan emote. Like, my guy's working on it. I'm so excited for it. I'm an fangirl. Can't help it. Yeah, fair. If you're tired of streaming for tonight, please just end whenever you need. Damn, Rosie doesn't want me to stream. Anti-streamer. Damn, there it is. You're just Nuzlocking Sinnoh? Hell yeah, baby. Was it a hardcore Nuzlocke? Regular Nuzlocke? Monotype? What was it? I'm curious. Talos evolving finally, bro. Talos sucks ass right now. Well, okay. I was just joking, Rosie. I'm joking. I get it. Like, talking in Discord chat is, you know, it could be more fun than watching stream. Like, I can understand that. Especially with me playing Pokemon, I don't know how much you like Pokemon, but classic Nuzlocke? Oh, okay. You should try hardcore Nuzlocke when you can. How you doing in the Nuzlocke so far, though? Yo, look at those emotes! That's such a good emote. TBH. Alright, I don't want to fight these. No! I was supposed to go heal. I've been listening to the song more and more. This country music song. That BK surely loves. Ring around and sit a little, listen around, listen a little low. Yeah, I'm gonna go Hypnosis here. Rolls dice. It's cool that we have a Swallow now. I lost one beaver and caught another beaver and caught a bird. That's about it. Oh, okay. Wait, let me think. What is Sinnoh? Are you playing Diamond and Pearl is Sinnoh, no? Are you playing Diamond and Pearl or the remakes? That drink gave me bad heartburn this often, but exception, yeah. Yeah, fair. Why do they all have secret power? Oh, so you're not playing with Dupe's Claws. You're doing classic Nuzlocke. Yeah, that's how I started Nuzlocking. But now I do hardcore Nuzlocks, and eventually I'm going to do harder ones once I get better, I think. Yo. Yes! Eevee, good job. Even paralyzed, you took out a Swallow. It's pretty good. Oh, Skarmory. Skarmory is not that good, but it's so cool. Dinel's not okay. Question mark? Okay, I have one chance here. I spam.
I'm not.
Yeah, he's not. You're playing Poke MMO Sinnoh. Oh, you're doing a Nuzlocke of Poke MMO?
I won't try it with Pokemon for now because I'm bored.
Alright. All right, see you, random. Thanks for popping in. Sorry that it didn't work. That sucks. Hopefully next time it does. How dedicated
It's
are
okay.
you? Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say it's okay, Rosie. It's only your fault. I won't drink it again.
It is her
It
fault.
really killed me. I woke up this morning and I was like, "Oh, what is that feeling?" I was like, "That's heartburn." I was like, the worst. But continue on. Go.
That sucks. Heck. Ha ha ha. How dedicated am I as a Pokemon fan? I don't know. I've been learning more and more about Nuzlocking and different moves, and like I've been getting smarter at playing Pokemon. And I'm going to be very dedicated starting next week. We just did a subathon, so I'm editing the subathon by the end of the week, and then next week we're gonna start doing Nuzlocks. And uploading on the YouTube video channel. We're gonna upload like Scarlet and Violet info also. If you want to check the YouTube channel, you could do that. Now everyone's sing along. But yeah. Do a refresher with some light peach jump juice. Oh, you saw something happen? What happened, Nathan? Food. Honestly, that sounds cancerous. I was gonna do a Nuzlocke of this game, and then I realized that they bump up like movesets and stuff, and I'm like, you know, this is my last Poke Center. This is so far. And I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to play it normally and beat the game. And then in the future, maybe reset it in Nuzlocke. Or like make a new profile. Because I want to become like one of the very best, like no one ever was. You know? So I can't Nuzlocke and become one of the very best. That seems insane. I don't think I know the song. I think I only know her like the other song, the famous one. The more famous one, maybe? I don't know if it's more famous, but. Are you gonna take Rosie's advice, Dino? Thank you for hydrate. I'm gonna go get water.
What's the advice?
They ran out of water. Refresher with some light peach juice and pumps of raspberry for the heartburn.
Well, now it's too late. It's gone.
Lol.
I'm such an asshole. Yeah, I'll try it. I'm sorry, Rosie. I will. I'm just grumpy today. Ask Moog.
Oh. I was pretty parched. What is that song? Oh, you just put the end of the link. That's why. I was like, what is that? A guy outside my window that is building tried to pick up a cement bag that was on the floor and he fell backwards. You should have recorded it and send it to America's Funniest Videos. You made him grumpy? Witchcraft. That's what it looked like, bro. It looked like witchcraft. He likes butterflies and getting high. It's pretty hot. Yo, nice emote, bro. Check out the guitar emote that we have. That's a better emote. You guys should do that when there's music, but it's okay. I mean, the maid outfit is not a good emote for music, I think. I don't know anymore. Nothing. He had to look after me in Minecraft. Oh. Baby girl touches my car. What? Think I fell in love. I won't let go. Why can't I run away from a stupid ass? No! Why doesn't it give me the option to run away again? Why does it go to the fight menu again? I don't like that. That is really dumb. I'm not used to that. Alright, I think there's 3 more trainers technically. Let's verse this guy. I need to heal up in the next area already. Hello there. Yo, Ethan, what's up? How you doing? You guys are making it hard to end stream. Y'all just keep popping in, which is not a problem. It's fine. But like, you know, how you doing, bro? Kites? Kites means outside, right? Maybe don't let him look after you? I don't know. How can you hate a man throwing it back and tumbling to the floor like a pack of bread on the corner of a counter? True. I guess. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I'm losing brain cells. You missed Pink streams? Aww. I'll press the aw button, but it's not working right now. So I'm just gonna go, aww. I'm happy you're enjoying. I was the one experiencing death multiple times. Dinell taught me how to use scaffolding. Oh, oh, that's nice of him. You're eating salad? Nice. That is hot. I mean, it's not hot. Like, that's good. Salads shouldn't be hot. That would be weird. You ate your dad's salad? I ate my dad's something else last night, but it wasn't a salad. It was spaghetti. He made some spaghetti.
What? She ate what?
She ate her dad's salad, you know.
Wait, repeat that one more time.
She ate her dad's ass salad? Her dad's salad. Wait, what's wrong with...
Oh, no, I'm the one in the wrong here. My bad.
What did you hear? Dad's ass?
No, I heard toss.
Toss? Dad saw... Huh?
Never mind.
I'm sorry. Why did Minecraft make you mad? He doesn't want to talk about it. Stole it? Don't even feel... You stole your dad's salad? Is it because he's racist? And anti-Semitic? Because I would understand. It's like Dinell's also like that, so... Michael Booby. I like Michael Booby. That is Dinell. Why are there so many Skarmer? Oh no, this is the one from before. Alright, we're gonna sand attack the fuck out of this guy.
Dude, how do you see these messages before me?
I'm
a
good streamer.
It's very annoying.
Oh, I'm sorry. Should I stop reading chat? I'm sorry. I'll stop.
It's crazy. It tripped me out until I realized what was happening.
Yeah, I read chat almost instantaneously. I know it's hard to tell because of delay, but now you know. I'm good like that. He's kind of anti-Semitic, not gonna lie. I finished Bean's house, but I took too long. Lol. The Wi-Fi? Damn, Nathan. Soon, bro. Soon you will have good Wi-Fi. Out of Mexico. Or maybe, hopefully, in Mexico. But it looks amazing now. Look at me. I haven't finished my house. Why did I change to Ivysaur? I can't poison because he's steel type. I'll just sleep. Nice. Okay. Yo, check it out, Rose. Yo, just go close. Yo, the door on the floor. I'm a rapper. I'm like the best rapper ever. I'm leaving. The Wi-Fi sucks. Aw. Let's get some Sages and Fs in chat. See ya, Nathan. Thanks for popping in, though. Gato gozaimasu. Goodbye. See, I'm a singer, too. Achlayu. See, I'm a singer. Oh, it's sleeping. Let's see how much Seed Bomb does, actually. I also built a long redstone trail to blow up. BK was in chat earlier. Hopefully, you know, she's not... doesn't hear that. That's funny, though. Can you take a pic of or someone share screen later? I'm so sore. Damn! What did you do, Rosie, that you're so... I'm just joking. It was from band practice, I know. It's kind of funny to me, like, he compared me to the Spanish Inquisition once because I said that traveling wasn't a good idea at the height of the pandemic. He compared you to the Spanish... Wait, what does that have to do with the Spanish Inquisition? I might be too dumb to understand that one. Wait, what did I say that was? Oh, the Rosie thing? Okay. That's fair. It wasn't really funny. It's because I'm a Jew. Was that funny? Do I get points for that one? It isn't related to it. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm confused. That's the weirdest part. That's what confused me. I was like, what does the Spanish Inquisition have to do with COVID? We don't march those easy ways. We put our legs above 90 degrees. Oh, okay. I can see how your legs are tired then. It's like, yeah, that seems tiring. What, do you do like this?
Hurts.
Damn, you guys saw my feet. I'm never doing that again. Is that how you march? That's how I march. I flinched. Are you kidding me? Not that. I don't know. That was above 90 degrees, no? Bro, Swello could suck my wello. What was that? That was dumb. I think you're lying to me, Rosie. I think that's exactly how you did it, and I think that's why your legs hurt a lot. And I don't think that often, so probably right here. Stand up. Alright, I'm gonna stand up. Bro, I'm so tall the camera doesn't see me. What now? Bro, that trainer was so hard. Lift your leg like you're trying to balance a plate. Oh, okay. This feels sexual for some reason. I'm gonna stop. You march like you're trying to press your knee to your chin like Robert from Everyone Loves Raymond does to food. Bro, I miss that show. That's a good show. I'm sorry, Rosie. I can't do it. Food can do it. You can do it. I'm not good enough in life. I'm not good enough. Alright. I don't know what she has. But we're gonna verse her. Let's go! Our Pokemon are leveling up, baby. We got to Fowler board. That's pretty good, actually, for today's progress. And I ended up streaming my 4 required hours. So that's good. Welcome back, Akhle. How are you doing? I've done it for... By the way, what do you prefer being called? I've done it for 5 years now. I'd assume I'd know how to. That's fair. That's fair. That is fair. I don't care. I like to share. I'm a Care Bear. Bro, bars. I should become a rapper. I'm rapping so well lately. He said it just because he wanted to make me... Don't? Should I keep my day job?
Please.
I have to figure out what that is first. Gmail Gigabyte Slay. Gmail Gigabyte Play. Gmail Gigabyte like a sun ray. Day in the day while he plays with May. May's a girl's name. Wait, me? No, not you. Yeah, you. Yeah, what do you prefer? Like, what should I call you? Should I say Akhle? I'm still not sure if I don't remember if I'm pronouncing it right. Should I say like Lay? Should I say 7? Should I say something completely different? Ooh. This sounds good. Bro, Music just put a song representing his feeling about this stream. He's like, I'm never coming here again. That was a bad joke. I thought it was going to be delivered better. We're just going to ignore it. Damn, 5 years of marching. That seems crazy. You can call me Zizi or Akhle, but don't say the 7. Okay, I'll call you Zizi. Because I like that. It's easier to say, and it starts with a Z. Zizi. And hopefully I don't forget that. Zizi. Zizi. Yo, this is Zizi. This is easy. This is Z. Okay, I'm gonna stop. I'm sorry. I'm so rude. My IRL name is Elliot, or Eliyahu in Hebrew. Eli. -5. Nah, don't do that, bro. Just do -1, bro. I don't think you can do -5, but you know. Please don't. I deserve it, but cut me some slack, bro. I'm tired. I've been streaming for 4 hours, which is not that long, but I'm tired, and that's pretty much my only excuse. Swello was getting too high levels. Ha! It doesn't work, Rosie. Ah! Fail, Sag, F's in chat. Ah! Oh, thank you. Thank you, Rosie. You're the best. You're the best. Rosie, you're the best viewer, okay? Like, you exclamation point funny, you know, and everything else you do. Like, you're just the best viewer. Bro, I can't. Why did I put this hat back on? All right, let's heal up. Adish looks like a freaking plant, like a tiny-ass little weird thing on the floor, but okay. And one of my objectives. I'm pretty happy with making this phone far. Oh my god. Thanks, ZZ. You're so welcome to have me. True. I'm so lucky to have everyone in chat, but especially you. Yeah, we don't have a suck up one. We do have an IQ one though. I know I spelled IQ wrong. I have an IQ one, so that's a thing. We used to have it on chat, like showing on chat, but I removed it. So now no one knows. All right, I gotta put the experience share. I'm gonna take the experience share, and I'm gonna put it on our. Zigzagoon is. Ooh, I like this. Who put this song on? I haven't heard this song in a long time. Na 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 na. We're gonna put it on Zigzagoon and move routes up, and that should be good for now. IQ plus, let's go! I'm almost at normal IQ. Well, I'm not. Oh, the Buble. Right. Thank you, Rosie. Good music. Good music. Do 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 do. Yo, Tyler, you're playing? You caught a low punny Batman? That sounds mad hot and sexy. Wait, are you actually playing Pokemon MMO? Or because you usually play Apex lately, right? Which, by the way, can we pick a date and can we play together? Ensa, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Blaster, can we pick a date to play Apex or like Rocket League together? Because I haven't played games with you in a while and I miss that, bro. Finally, good music. No, Ralts, you dumbass. You suck buttholes, Ben. You like it, bro. And it's too much for me. Go with Ivysaur. I'm not on Pokemans, but yes. All right. I'll put a reminder to hit you. How about tomorrow? Tomorrow, August 2nd. You tell me the time. 8 p.m. Eastern to a few hours later. My name is Vitor. Do you know how to kill an Onyx in Sinnoh? And could you type in the live chat? Well, please. So I speak Portuguese, so I don't understand English very well. I'm not going to type everything that I say and every response. But welcome, Vitor. 8 p.m.? Does that work with you? 8 p.m. 8 p.m. I'm down. 8 p.m. Eastern. What game you want to play? Rocket League? Apex? If we play either, everyone else is welcome to join as well. Because those are games that, you know, you can play with multiple people. So that's kind of cool. That should be cool. Wait, which game, though? Michael Boobies. We're listening to Boobies. I do know how to kill an Onyx. Wait, no. How do you kill an Onyx, actually? That was a very random thing. Hero Enrique Iglesias. I haven't heard him in a long time. So look at these muscles, bro. Got the muscles on me. I bought an extendy storage. Let's go. So you can play more games. Wait, what game do you want to play, though? I remember this double battle being annoying. Muscles for 69. Guys, it's Chimichangas' birthday. Can we all kind of congratulate him for living until 70 years old? This man is 70 goddamn years old, bro. Insane. Nah. Wait, why can't I use Psybeam? Is Nuzleaf... Huh? Am I dumb? I think I'm dumb. I think we're just gonna ignore that I'm dumb, and we're just gonna move on. Thanks for the applause, Moog. Happy birthday, Cheb! Let's go. Yay, I didn't die yet. Let's go. I'm down for Apex. Okay. 8 p.m. Eastern. Make sure to update it if you... Well, you probably play all the time. I'll probably need to update it. If anyone else wants to join us in Apex, you're more than welcome to. If Blaster is down, which I'm sure he's fine with that. Pin Missile. Is Covet even worth it? It kind of is, but I don't feel like using it. The applause was for Chim's birthday. Yeah, I figured. Hello?
BK found the TNT.
No! What happened?
She broke a block. She was like... She saw everything.
Oh my
I was there.
God. That's kind of funny. Was she in VC or
And then she
something?
logged out. She was probably no. She was in
Aw,
shock. She looked like she was in shock.
that's funny. That's sad too. You see, you're gonna make no one want to play with all this shit.
Nothing happened.
That's true. That's true. That's funny though. The applause was for Chimmy's birthday. Yeah, I figured afterward. You're fine, Moog. It's okay. One of my friends got a job at Starbucks. No longer the one barista. Oh, did you feel like original and cool and unique? Listen, your job is not the only thing that makes you unique. Like your thought process and stuff is too. I don't know if that's what you were thinking, but but aside from that, that's kind of cool. At least you could talk to another person about like similar experiences. Back in my day, Pokemon were only red and blue. Nah, bro. Back in my day, they were only black and white. I don't know what your day is, but but yeah, I see what you were saying. That was a good one, Jimmy. Rosie and Moog. Chimmy said thank you, and you guys didn't say you're welcome, so I think you have to get permabanned if Chimmy's okay with that. Chimmy, should I permaban them? I don't know what's this meme with permabanning everyone lately, but...
Back in my day, we had Digimon.
Ew. Why would
You're
you say
abusing it,
that?
bro.
Huh?
You're kind of abusing it.
I am abusing it. I'm saying it too often. It doesn't hold power anymore, right?
Nope. I wonder what BK's thinking.
Probably like annoyed.
I got rid of it.
Okay.
I'm just gonna place it somewhere else though.
Okay. You
Oh, she's looking at me. She heard me.
Chimmy is
Where's
not
this
saying thank you for
phone?
saying you're welcome. That's kind of messed up. Sorry, go ahead.
I lost some blocks.
Good music.
She's not answering my questions.
You added me on Instagram. She doesn't want to answer your question. She's mad at you. I'm gonna go on Instagram. I barely use my Instagram, I'm not gonna lie. My personal one or my Ping Pong Masters one. I have 3 friend requests. Username starting with K. Gotcha. Oh, some other people were following me too. Oh, Mook followed me 5 days ago. I'm sorry, Mook. Jared followed me 2 weeks ago. This is how much I use Instagram. It's really bad.
Damn. Do you follow me? No.
I think so.
No.
I think so. I should just
You
use my
don't.
personal one, but I would dox myself. Do I not? Do you follow me?
No. Yeah.
Bro, I don't use it. Oh. I don't use it. I'm sorry. Here, I'm looking at Instagram now. Look at Oh, here. I do follow you. You lied to me.
okay,
I do
never mind.
follow you.
You don't like my posts.
You have no posts.
Damn. It's because you didn't like any of them. I deleted them.
That's fair. You sent me follow request. Did I? I'm so dumb. I had a Game Boy Color with a Game Boy camera and printer. Jeez, that's crazy. I never had a Game Boy Color, to be honest. My parents didn't want to get me anything when I was a kid. I shouldn't say that. They didn't want to get. They didn't want me to play video games and stuff. So
Now look at you.
Yeah. Now they're like, "What the fuck did we do?" Just a warning though. Apex gets under my skin, bro. As long as you say nothing TOS, we're fine. If you would say something TOS, we could play off stream. 56k more points till I get a VIP. Sheesh, that's a lot of points. I sent a video of my dog. You should send on the Discord stuff like that.
Rosie, do
And
you want to
it's-
do 40k coin flip? Me and you? Cut that time in half.
Unless you send it on Discord. Discord is the place to send stuff. Instagram, I don't check enough, sorry. But I'll try. Oh, that's a cute dog. Duck, I mean. Bro, this became a Jewish stream. I'm sorry, guys.
It's got the Jewish tag.
It does.
Be.
It does, actually. Imagine someone joins in, they're like, bro, out, and then like 10 Jews just come in and just like play their music, and
They join chat.
yeah,
Easy.
and they have like Jewish emotes too of like a rabbi or something dancing. That'll be hilarious. I have a feeling I'd lose. Yeah, don't do coin flips if you don't want to. Like Dinell is crazy. I don't know how he does them. Well, he has no need for points.
I lose.
You do lose. You lose so much.
I never win. It's funny.
It is in a sad way.
Yeah.
My Game Boy Color was the first Game Boy I got. Oh, my first was a Game Boy Advanced. I had Earthworm Jim. That game was too hard. I thought you'd be like, that game was amazing. That game was too hard. Fair. And make sure the stream becomes Jewish, more Jewish every moment. Nah, then everyone's gonna leave. Most odd bet is like 15K. Oh shit, you heard that? Do you know?
What?
Most Rosie would bet is 15K.
I'm down. If you're down, I'm down. 15K.
You guys want to do that?
Yeah, just Rosie and me.
Yep.
Well, I'll do I'll add to whatever everyone else adds. So if it goes up to 30K, I'll do 30K.
Okay. Yo, this sounds so catchy. Sorry, go ahead.
I'll just equal it. So if other people want to bet, they can get like double their points too.
Yeah, makes sense. I remember the YouTube betting system. Yes. Bro, some people
Rosie.
literally left because I got rid of it. This is your favorite version of How to Go? Yeah, it's so catchy. Yeah, how many flips do you want to do it? The YouTube betting system was fun, but like it was too much. I felt like people were just there for it. I might add something like it in the future, but not as intense as that was. The Berry Sisters? Oh, I don't know what that is. I'm too dumb. I didn't pay attention to how much Psybeam did in Magical Leaf. Did they actually? I feel like some people came in just for that, yeah. Or maybe it's because I moved to Twitch and people just didn't want to move to Twitch. But I remember people being like, yo, bring the gambling, bring the gambling, bring the gambling on Twitch for like 2 months straight. And I was like, bro, chill. What is this song?
All right. I think we got a good amount of people. If only Doctor was here.
He might be here.
If only.
I like this song. Bro, what are these songs you guys are playing? Look, I used to listen to these songs when I was like younger. Oh, this was Enrique Iglesias, yeah. You saw me crying. Would you touch my pee-pee? Oh. Yo, it is Ping with Tacos. What's up, Jessique? Welcome back. The second flip after
heads?
loading.
You want to do heads? All right. I'll do tails then.
All right, put it up, bro. Put it up. Wait, do I have to put it up? Because you're betting?
Put it up.
Oh, okay. Max Judaism achieved. Yo, this song is so beautiful, bro. It's like this. You gotta do this with your hands. Or else. The only hero, baby. I gotta add this to my favorite playlist, bro. This song's so good.
I'm gonna make it 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Like, how long do you think it's
5
gonna
minutes,
take
I think,
you?
is good. I didn't know this was Enrique Iglesias.
All right. Bet your
Bailamos
points.
is also good.
I'm only equaling whatever heads is.
All right, you
So
guys.
if people bet on tails, I'm not gonna. I don't care.
Heads
If
or
you lose
tails,
points.
bet your channel points, and we will flip a coin IRL. It won't be IRL, but we will flip a coin. Going to sleep, sorry I'm exhausted. Don't be sorry. I'm weighed myself today. Let's go! Good shit, bro. Still exercising, yeah? Wait, how much is 1 kilogram in pounds again? Alright, see you, Jessica. Yeah, I haven't heard this in forever, right? Me and Mook have like the same music taste, and Chimmy also, I think.
Who else betted fucking 15K?
I don't know. Someone put 10 in tails. You could redo it until it's good, by the way. Holy. Your first prediction. Hey, are you a tails person? Damn, kind of cringe.
Damn.
I'm a I'm a heads person. I like head. I like giving head. I like getting head. Sorry, go ahead.
Moog betted the other 15K. I didn't.
I have nothing
So
to
you're gonna
lose.
like triple your points?
Jesus. All right. See you, Jessic, Mr. Mean.
Wait, so that's 30K. She has 50K. So
You have nothing to lose? Well, you could get VIP, but... Lemon! Oh. Were you trying to put the Japanese lemon, or were you trying to put the Rihanna song? I don't even know what that is. Bruh. Okay, you're trying to put the Japanese one. Do wrong song. Bro, how am I losing to a random Pokemon in the grass, bro? This game is racist. 60K? Wait, how much is...
I don't know who did that.
60K? Tyler is probably putting shit bro, no spaces between wrong song. I love that song. Wrong song. I mean, Lemon. Bro.
Bro, if Rosie wins this, she could be VIP.
Damn. It's Kenshi Yonezu if you're thinking of the person. Tyler.
Rosie.
These
You're
are
gonna
good
be
vibes.
VIP tonight if you win.
20,000
Oh my
to
God.
60,000. That's a shit ton of points, guys. Wait, is this the most ever or no? Do you know how...
Do the flip? Come on. No, not until prediction's over.
Yeah, we have to wait. Wait, Janelle, is this the most ever points?
Nah,
Oh.
we've done more. Me and Doctor did like 100K each.
Yeah, I think if it breaks 100K, I'm gonna make it a moment on stream. Cause that's insane.
I wish if Doctor was here,
Yeah.
we could make it 100K.
Message and be like, yo, come put some points. Rosie, if I lose this, is for you. I don't regret anything. Aw, that's so sweet. Thank you. A lot of points.
Who betted the other 5,000 in heads?
I don't know. Tyler, maybe? I don't know.
I bet Amanda has a bunch of points.
Oh yeah, Amanda probably has a lot of points. Maybe she bet and she's like keeping quiet on purpose. Like as a prank. I don't know. I don't know who bet. Alright, I'm gonna go in this Pokemon battle. We're gonna do the coin and then we'll do the...
Well, it's gotta be either Amanda or Chimmy. Or Gamer.
It could be a lot of different people. It could be music, it could be...
Or Yesic. Or Arse Blaster.
Yeah, I feel like Tyler has a lot. Arts Blaster. That's what the song sounds like.
Oh man, I wish I made it 10 minutes so I could get Doctor in here.
Aw. You could redo it, but I mean, that's your choice.
If Rosie loses, we could redo it.
You're a good
and
singer.
I would bet more points.
Aw, that's so sweet. Alright, ask Rose. Ask. You guys want to redo it? We could redo it to get more people in. Your guys' decision.
No, because I don't want to wait. Like, Doctor probably won't come in, so... there's no
Okay,
point.
so we'll just do it then. 62.9K. You're out of pink points. Jesus, you spent so much. I actually wanted to make music for a long time. I think eventually I will release music on Spotify. I think I'm gonna do it once I feel more... once I feel more... set with streaming and YouTube. Like once I'm making money off of it and I could like live off of it, I think I'm gonna do music because I really want to do music. Join my band.
Rosie.
You have 6 people in the band. Damn,
You better be scared, Rosie. This is a lot of points.
that is a lot of points, bro. If your vote tails, you're a psycho, right? Always go heads. That's how I think about it.
I forget. I think... I don't know.
We
I'm
made a
not gonna
song
say
during
anything.
yeah, we made a song
If I
during
was
the
a-
subathon too. Sorry, go ahead.
If I was a betting man, I would always bet whatever Doctor's not betting.
Don't jinx anything. Okay. Oh, this is perfect music for coin flip. All right. Let's do it.
We should ask Doctor what he would vote and just see if he would have won.
Bro. All right. This one doesn't count. What is it? Out of 3 or is it a one-time thing? This one doesn't count. This
A one-time thing, the second flip.
Okay.
So the first flip doesn't count. That appears when you
Oh,
start.
okay. So this next flip will count.
Yeah, the next one. We can add dramatic music.
Megalovania is pretty
Tails.
good. Are you ready? None of my buttons work, so I can't add music right now, but heads or tails. Whoever wins might become a VIP. That's how intense this is. All right? I wish my heartbeat button worked. I wish all these buttons worked. But they don't. So this is what we're gonna do. What if I just make the whole screen dark? And then I make it light. Oh, this is just black and white. Oh, never mind. Alright. Stream delay is a bitch. Easy clap in advance. Alright.
I made them think that we lost.
He said rip.
Alright, let's see.
Alright, I'm flipping. I'm flipping! It's tails, bro! It's tails! Congrats to those that picked tails. But, damn, bro, it's tails.
Sorry, Rosie.
Aw, it's tails.
Easy clap.
That's so many points! Oh.
Alright, pick the winner, bro.
I'm sorry. Tyler, how many points did you put in?
He put like 5K probably.
Damn, that's still quite a bit too, but 15.5K. And Mook probably won a good amount. How's it rigged, bro?
Nah, she probably didn't. She probably won like 2K.
Choose outcome.
How many points did I get back?
Guys, I could still pick heads. Should I do it? Should I rig it?
Don't.
Should I rig it for y'all?
Don't. Don't be like that. That's unfair.
Do it. Oh, Jimmy also went heads. Alright, we're doing heads. Because I like heads more. Nah, I'm just joking. It's tails. It's tails. 86,000 points. Jeez. Oh, no one saw that. Jeez.
62,000.
Oh my god. I'm sorry, Rosie. I'm sorry,
Wanna do
Tyler.
another
Jimmy.
one?
So many people went heads. Oh my god. And then Cece's first ever prediction, she wins. Oh, that must feel like shit. No. We could do another prediction if you guys want.
I'm at 95K, bro. I'm willing to bet it all.
He's willing to bet 95K. Did you put lemon,
Also-
by the way, Tyler? I could put it if you want. Sorry, go ahead.
Let's get Doctor in here. Maybe he beat it down to bet a bunch of points.
I don't want to bother him. You can message him. Ask if he wants to do
I'm
it.
gonna ask him.
Do it.
If I can find out. I have my computer. I don't know why I'm looking for my phone.
Punish them for picking tails. I should have. I really should have. But I can't. Bring me YouTube betting back. I was a beats at that. Didn't you bet, get killed, and then never bet again? I'm surprised you bet right now. Did I even get anything? You should have gotten. But you bet a lot more than the other people, so you got less. Prediction is, does my dog bite me as soon as I get up? Yes. Feels like I just got my points back. My subathon points. No! You're a beast at that. Were you, Tyler? That's crazy, though. Wait, I could see the details. Jeez, 3 people against 3 people. That's a shit ton of points, bro.
It was mostly me.
Oh, yeah?
Well, I bet it like 60K.
Jesus.
Does anybody else want to do one?
You were a beast at YouTube? Gambling? You had like 100. Oh, yeah, you did have a shit ton. Oh, yeah, Dinell sucks, and then he stopped gambling. That's who it was, right? for some time.
Yeah, I would. Doctor has most of my points though.
Yeah, Tyler is a beast. I could bring back YouTube gambling, but also I don't want it to be the main thing of the stream. I kind of want to do it again. They could be worthless points. I'll make a note. I might bring it back. Ethan would be happy. And he came in today. Eating salad. Gambling points. I might bring it back. No promises, though. I kind of want to do it again, but then it proved my point. True. You took the risk. And it backfired. Okay. Who wants to do it again? Say I in chat. Who wants to bet more points? These battles are actually hard. This does sound very Judaism. Go ahead.
I think we should do it again, but that's just my opinion.
Okay. Janelle wants to do it again.
I'm gonna bet all my points this time, though.
Idiot Murphy's gonna get us killed. Yeah, man.
So
and what's the deal with
whoever
this
wins,
French guy?
you get
I think he's just
95K,
here for
bro.
atmosphere.
What is this?
For me, it was like
Oh, I think I've seen this before.
I was absorbed by
it's so low volume, though.
In all her wondrous glory.
What is he gibbering about? I don't know. It's French. It's crap.
It's French. It's crap. See, French is crap, guys. Don't learn French.
Shut your fry hole.
Shut your fly hole. When is OnlyFans content coming? Dropping? I don't think ever, unfortunately. I'm not gonna lie. I have to like give my social security and all this shit just to make like put pictures up. So I dropped it and we ended up doing some IRL content instead or something. I don't remember what we replaced it with, but during the subathon. I was excited too. I really wanted to put OnlyFans content up. I'm gonna make a note of that. I have to find a way to do it. It might just be no pictures. Daniel, you choose heads or tails this time. You're jamming. Let's go. Because makes it fair. That's exactly what I did. IRL. Yeah, we did. So we just did a subathon where I have to keep streaming as long as people keep giving me money. And I streamed for 9 days in a row. And we did some IRL streaming for the first time, which was really fun, I think. But I need to do IRL streaming with other streamers. Because with friends, they're too wild.
Hey,
oh, yeah.
Do you still have the tab open?
Which tab?
The coin flip.
No, but I could just do it now. So that it's like, I know what you mean. Okay, it's open now. And it's on tails. But yeah, if you want to check out the subathon video and see what you guys missed, for those that missed it, it'll be the next video on the channel this weekend. And then we're going to be doing a lot of Pokemon content, I think. On stream, we play Pokemon and do variety stuff. But on YouTube, it's going to be a lot of Pokemon. I thought you meant you invited the chat over and showed your butthole. I did invite them over to show my butthole, but no one came through. Oh, is this they see me rolling? Let me think. That's exactly what I did. Yeah. Rosie, I didn't invite you. Sorry. Should have invited you too. I apologize. Patrolling, catch me riding dirty. Gotta go riding dirty. Trying to catch me riding dirty. Yo.
I've made my decision.
Yo, Jimmy. Go ahead.
I'll do heads.
Riding dirty. I did show up, but you didn't see me. True. You're very short, it's easy. 19. I don't think I've ever heard this song till its completion. KK. Alright, maybe put it on 10 minutes now. Oh, did you message Doctor?
Yeah, I did.
He didn't
I was
answer.
waiting for... No.
And I see them rolling, patrolling. What does the fox say? Guys, I was trying to end stream like an hour ago, and I don't want to anymore. Y'all making it too hard. Which is a good thing. Like, it's good vibes. Should I replace for Mud Bomb? Mud Bomb's accuracy is really shit. But I feel like Mudshot already feels like it misses all the time. Just for variety of movesets, I'm not going to teach Mud Bomb. It's because I have no torso. I'm just the head and legs. That's pretty crazy. Pretty cray-cray. Lanoon! Finally, we got Lanoon. I have to check the ability. I think he has pickup, unfortunately, but... Lanoon!
I like it how you still can use crowd coins
Oh
for
yeah,
Fall Guys even
because
when
I'm
you
a
are playing
dumbass random,
Pokemon.
and I forgot to turn it off. That's why you can still do that. Thank you for reminding me.
I mean, you could bet a couple points and like see what happens.
Nothing would happen.
But you gotta compete for them. I'll add more points as more points
Oh, you're
build up.
talking about that. Is Slash better than Headbutt? Headbutt makes flinch, but Slash makes crits. We're gonna have Slash. I think Slash is better. Fuck coin flip. I'm a fast runner though. No one has managed to escape me yet. How are you a fast runner without legs? It's pretty impressive. All right, we got a second coin flip here. 30,000 points against 15.510. You don't have to bet, of course, but if you are a gambler, you know, go ahead. You're going 15k again, Jesus. Don't jinx,
use
please.
those points.
I like coin flip because I'm always winning with Jimmy. Well, we'll see what happens here, random. We'll see what happens here. Gotta get my cash. Crash. Dash. Lash. Ralts is dead. Lanoon, I'm actually going to push Lanoon forward. I'm also going to look at Lanoon's stats. Nature Jolly. What is it? How do you look at abilities? Oh, it shows you happiness? Oh, that's actually sick. I didn't know that. 31 speed IVs. That's actually pretty cool. It has gluttony. Ew. Gluttony's not bad, but like, it's not the best. Is this type
You know
of
how to share pictures?
I would say this is a type of gambling, yeah. I used to listen to the song when I had my spinners. What is a spinner? Like a car? Rosie, it's a mistake. Don't do it. Better keep your Pokemon happy. Now they keep dying. I don't think they're happy. In Nuzlocke, they're happy. Yeah, it's too late, Tyler. Rosie did it. Already went in, that's what she said. Or he. I like your username. Yeah, he has... His username is like one of the best usernames. But he can't use it for a lot of different things because they block it. Which is unfortunate. Well, I mean, he used to be Ars Blasta. He changed it, you know. You're too far in. Lol. Come on. Don't. No. Kurai mama. They say mama in this song. But it doesn't mean mama. Wait, you actually put it on 10 minutes? That's so much. Which is fine, but it's just funny. Used to be my PSN, but I got repeated too many times. Reported. Yeah. That makes sense. The smell of lemons. I can't sing, bro. My voice is like dead. I don't know if I got enough for VIP because I lost the first half. True. But hopefully you can make it back. Jesus, why do you have Fire Blast? It's so dumb. I need to buy balls also. I need them balls. Ooh, Slash is one hit KO. Let's go. 涙だけだの何も言っていたの There's so many trainers in this route. And it's so hard to run away. It's so dumb. Zangoose is one of the cooler Pokemon. Okay, after this last coin flip, I think we're gonna call it quits for the night. And we'll probably raid Liam or something. Excuse me, I'm sorry. After stream, woo! After stream talking on Discord, woo! Well, I'm gonna be eating for like an hour or two, and then if I'm not tired, I'll join. I think I'll join for a bit, if anyone's still there. What's your opinion on kids whose parents aren't divorced? Based? Divorced parents are cringe? I'm just joking. Personally, I'm not a big fan. Yeah, you're right. If I had divorced parents, I would be all on that. I would be like, divorce is correct. Anyone who's still together, they're insane. That's very bad. Well, I would say it because I would feel bad about myself because I would have divorced parents, but I don't. So sucks to suck for everyone who has divorced parents in chat. It's all messed up.
Never mind.
Okay. What do you mean the kids are insane? What does that mean? I have some friends who have divorced parents, and they're pretty normal. In fact, they have closer.
They tend to be more normal.
Yeah, I was about to say. In fact, they seem more normal to me. I can think of one of my closest friends. He's pretty chill.
2 Christmases, bro.
2 Christmases. I mean, it definitely sucks, but like, I don't know. One of my friends turned out pretty good. 2 Christmases is true.
I know some people that are like some of the best people ever.
Yeah, or 2 Hanukkahs. Yeah, I was about to say Hanukkah, and then you said it. That's hilarious. The kids whose parents aren't divorced. What? That's like majority of people. Are you saying majority of people are insane?
Oh, okay. I did read it right then. I was confused.
Yeah,
I was like,
I don't
what are
get
you
it.
talking about? No, he's talking about people with like both parents.
Gee.
He's not a fan of it.
Oh, why are you? Do you think I'm insane? My parents aren't divorced.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. But we just said that people with divorced parents are more normal.
Oh, wait, that makes sense then, because I'm pretty not normal. Mine aren't either, least yet.
Yeah, I'm waiting for my parents to get a divorce.
Honestly, right?
Like, it's about time, bro. Like, you're in a loveless marriage, dog. Just move on.
Oh, they are? Oh, that
you got
sucks.
better things. I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay. My parents like each other, so that's okay. They make sacrifices for each other. I see it. They definitely make a lot of sacrifices for each other. Not that it's such a bad relationship, but one of your arms is hairless. I know it's because I waxed. Yo, thanks for the bit, bro! I was expecting to see the timer go up by 6 seconds. I waxed my arm, guys, for the subathon. Isn't that crazy? Look at that. I appreciate it, Jimmy. I feel like I'm the only streamer who gets that excited for 1 bit. I must be, right? I'm so cool. What? Why is it screenshotting? What happened to my screen, bro?
What's growing faster, your arm hair or your head hair?
My head hair is growing insanely fast. I mean, I waxed my arm, so it makes sense. My arm, it's slowly growing back. It has like some patches of a little bit of hair. Let me show you. Rosie and my arm. And my button is not working. Okay, well.
Not gonna lie, that hairless arm looks pretty cute.
You would smash, right? You could kind of see it.
Well,
like.
I'm gonna go, when I get there, I'm gonna touch your hair.
You're gonna touch my hair?
Yeah, like the arm, the hairless.
Oh, yeah. Anyway.
Do you think Emily would wax my legs.
Yeah, if you wanted to.
I kind of do.
Yeah, we'll wax it together on stream. That sounds like good content.
Bro.
You want to do that?
I want to wax my legs, but I'm scared of like going into a place and like asking to be waxed. You know?
No, she'll wax both of ours. It'll be funny. Max Judaism level achieved. Yeah, go ahead.
I have a lot of chest hair. You think? No, that's too much. It's TOS.
What?
Chest hair?
Ass hair?
Taking off.
Yeah, I don't think that's
No,
good.
chest.
Oh, chest hair. I think that's fine. You could show your chest on stream.
No, you can't.
Bro, Howard,
It's like
hot tub
TOS.
streamers, bro.
That's true.
Yeah. He had a goal a while back where he was going to buy an ASMR ear-shaped microphone using money from bits, but he would only take it one bit at a time. That's hilarious. I love Triple G. Kyle, I don't know. He's just awesome. I say this all the time, but I go to European Wax Center. That's funny. Waxing isn't that bad, you know? It's okay. Bro, you're a woman, okay? It's different, all right? Men do not get waxed that often, generally. Unless you're, like, on a swimming team or you just like doing it or whatever, right?
It's awkward.
It's
awkward going that first time. Okay, it hurts too. But that first time, it's awkward.
Just say that you're a swimmer, and then they'll just do it. Yo, thanks for the bit, bro. Appreciate it.
You should just, like, count every bit and, like, have, like, a bit counter.
That's... Maybe. If you wax your
Like-
ass, you won't fart the same. Is that true? That makes sense, actually. I think my hair covers up my fart, and that's why I do silent farts. I literally just thought of that right now because of Chimmy. That's actually crazy. I'm sorry, what were you going to say?
I wonder if my farts would be louder.
Right?
Would it have more jiggle to it?
Right? Have a tally chart. I like having the stream very clean. You see, we only have the webcam and the chat. I got rid of a lot of stuff after I came back. But I could keep a tally off stream on like the Discord or something. That just seems like a lot of work. Go ahead.
Does Jimmy waxes himself regularly?
I don't know. Waxing. Sorry, go ahead.
The way he phrases it, it sounds like he goes there every weekend.
He has to. Waxing is horrible. You clearly don't have thick Jewish hair all over you. It's horrible. Right? That's what I'm saying. They don't understand. I am so... If you're like a brown Jew... If you're just a person that's very hairy, okay? It's a lot. It doesn't hurt. Most pain, honestly. Nose hair, it's like a disgusting popsicle. Even you do your nose hair and that doesn't hurt? Bro, you're insane, bro. But you're probably mad. I mean, that is why you're mad sexy. Every fart will sound sloppy wet. I do need to get my brows done. That is something I need to do. Everything else I don't care as much about. But brows are such a big part of your face. And my face, you know, needs help, so. No, you don't? I feel like I do. I have thick, nice eyebrows, but they're not, I don't know. Sometimes I do this. Or I take like the pincer and I pinch it out. I don't remember what it's called. The nose hurts terribly? Okay, yeah, I was gonna say how. How does it not hurt you? You're insane. They're not arched? They are arched. My eyebrows are arched. My buttons are not working. They're not arched that much. I don't know. You mean tweezer? Yeah, tweezers. Dragon Fang? Sorry, go ahead.
Emily's gonna give me the full makeover.
Yeah, whatever you want.
I'm not that hairy, bro. Like above
Okay.
the waist, hairless rat. Below the waist, jungle fever.
Yeah, my chest is not that hairy. When I work out, I'll show you guys my chest more often, but it's not that hairy.
Yeah, my legs are hairy.
Yeah,
I don't
my
like
legs and
it.
arms and my pee-pee. And that's about it.
You say pee-pee. I wasn't gonna go there, but yeah.
Yeah. I used to trim my eyebrows, but now I just said screw it. You screw your eyebrows now? That's a pretty drastic change of events, but okay. You do you. I'm not going back. I will rather look like the absolutely gorgeous women in the Kashar Empire paintings than comply with Eurocentric beauty standards. You do you. You do you.
I'm curious how she looks.
Yeah, the thing is like Frida Kahlo, right? Had a unibrow. But nowadays, even guys can't have hair. That's not true. But I feel like looking clean is having no hair, whether you're a guy or a girl. Like, I felt insecure about my hair as a guy in, like, school. Because no one had, like, I was like the hairiest person, always. But I don't know. Ow, ow. I pluck my eyebrows here and
Admissions
there.
close.
Ooh. Ooh, and I made it to where I wanted to make it in this game. Hell yeah, the 4th gym badge. We'll get to do next time. 5 hours stream. Pretty good, guys. Pretty good. Longer equals better. That's what my ex used to say. Wait, why do you want to skip this song? You could vote skip, by the way, guys. ! Vote skip. If enough people vote on it, it could get skipped. It's a democracy, kind of. You can or you can't. There's definitely a no shaving trend in the recent years. Yeah. Well, yeah. That's kind of true. I would agree with that. Like with Manscaped and stuff, but that's a no shave like for beards. That's a beard thing. For arms and legs, I don't feel like that's a thing.
Armpits.
Armpits. Yeah, I feel like people... Go ahead.
I know lots of people that don't shave armpits.
Yeah, I feel like... Wait, what? Really?
Yeah, it tends to be the girls.
Oh, I don't know. This is giving me a migraine. Oh, I'm sorry. Ask Shimmy if he's okay with skipping it, and we could skip it. There's definitely no shaving trend in the. I'm trying to find out what the fox says. Bro. That's fair. I think that's fair.
I think so too.
Yeah, they say a lot of stuff. I remember this one girl that was like, sorry, go ahead.
You could always join voice chat and hear a non-lagged version.
True. I remember this one girl that was like 15 making fun of my unibrow when I was a literal child, shaking my head. My head. Damn, that's pretty intense. Yeah, my sister kind of had an unibrow, but she like takes care of all that stuff. If you consider that taking care. Yeah.
I have one.
Do you actually?
No.
Yeah, I figured. I kind of have one. I get rid of it. I hate it.
I shave it, but it's not like thick. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I do a little deet, with the razor. But even if I don't do it with the razor, like it's not noticeable.
Yeah, I just take tweezers from time to time. I personally don't like having a unibrow.
Yeah, because it's Eurocentric, like, beauty standards that are cemented in our heads that make us think that this is true beauty standards, when in reality it doesn't really matter, and what really matters is inside.
Exactly. It's more socially... I don't like standing out in social crowds, and I feel like if I had a unibrow, would stand out. And I feel like it looks worse. I don't know. But I respect the decision not to also. I don't have it anymore because I started plucking it when I was 9, so it doesn't grow back anymore. Gotcha. Razor. I never use a razor. I don't know. It just feels weird. I don't know why. Damn, Rosie really wants me to get rid of my brows. Yeah, I'll do it. Jesus. I hate shaving my face. Right? I'm so lazy with shave. I don't like it. I usually shave in the shower while taking a shower. Because I don't like shaving my face either. Even though I kind of wish it did. It is what it is. Damn, you got 4 badges? Oh, because of the prediction. That looks intense, bro. That looks insane. Do you know? Razors is... Shaving's a lazy thing for me too. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Razors is Avaria. What's Avaria? Is that Finnish for razors? Somebody else. Yo, this is mad chill vibes. This, bro, Ivysaur is killing it. Jesus, I have to train the rest of my team. Opposite of a mitzvah? Oh, I've never heard that one. I knew Rosie put this song. I knew it. It sounds like your type of song. Rosie has 6 badges on my screen. Really? I see 3. I see things also. Something that's specifically mentioned to be forbidden. Oh, okay. Like eating pork? Alright. After this battle, and we get to the next town, which I think is right there. Wait, I'm an idiot. I just went back to Rustboro, didn't I? Oh no, I have to go back to Rustboro. Yeah, I'm going the right way. This game is confusing sometimes. After this battle, we're gonna do the coin flip, and then we might call it a night. And some people will be chilling in the Discord, and yeah. I'll be in the Discord possibly a couple of hours later. I wanna eat food. I'm hungry.
I'm also hungry.
You just ate, no? Thank you, Rosie.
Yeah, I'm hungry again.
Ban, timeout, delete, Gamba 2 sub and train.
Yeah, she has 6.
Well, ban, timeout. Oh, you're saying when you click on her name.
No, it's just those are right there. Everybody has them. I can click on them.
This is
and
what
see
I see.
what happens.
I see.
I should get better. Yeah.
I had a ban. I don't think you had a ban. You had a timeout, probably jokingly from D-Down or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next song is mine. I wish you recognize it. I don't. My perfect profile ruined.
It's okay. I do that to everyone.
You can never be mod.
Ask BK.
Yeah. You can't be mod if you don't have a perfect profile, though.
Wait, do I have a perfect record? I do.
Yeah. So does Doctor. And Diego, probably. But not Nathan. It's from Prince of Egypt. Ah, okay. Isn't it like a 4-hour... I was just joking, Rosie. But also... do you actually want to be mod? Once we reach an average of like, I don't know, 50 viewers or something, I would probably add a new mod. When I feel like I need another mod, you know? Trying to make it rare, like a shiny legendary Pokemon or something. Do it whenever you want. No, don't do that?
No, do it whenever you want. Like when you feel like you need a new mod.
Yeah. So like when we have
It's
more
not
viewers and I feel like we need it, you know?
Yeah, because Rose is always here.
True.
And like not everybody's schedule works with like your schedule.
Yeah. But like right now I feel like we don't need another mod, you know? If I'm being completely honest. Not that Rosie wouldn't make a good mod. Rosie would make a fantastic mod, I think, but...
What would a mod even do? Like, what am I even doing?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we don't need a mod right now. If we had more viewers, they would be able to answer, like, simple questions, show new viewers, like, different commands and stuff.
I do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we don't have that many viewers that it's necessary to have more mods for that, in my opinion.
Okay.
Okay. But you don't need to be a mod to, like, earn my respect or, like, for me to enjoy you being around either. All right. Coin flip time. And then we're ending... Well... Oh, Liam's not streaming anymore. All right, then we're ending stream. I mean, we could... No, I don't want to raid, because I feel like I have to talk to most people that I raid, and I just want to eat right now so badly. Are you... Oh, this is Ofra Haza, this part? Oh, wow. I didn't know she did it for this movie. That's kind of cool. Prepare yourself mentally. Play.
Are we doing one flip?
One flip, baby. One flip.
Oh, this is insane.
I'm gonna skip the song. I'm sorry, ZZ. It's halfway done. We just need the...
Who bet the most points?
Men in Black. Who put the most points? I'm not sure. Eye of the Tiger. Why didn't it... Huh? It's not putting my song. Huh? Oh, I'm pressing play. I'm an idiot. Okay, there we go. The moment of truth. Is Eye of the Tiger? No. You know what? This is so much better. What the hell? Okay. Who will win in this intense showdown? Heads or tails? Tails. I hope the echo worked. Is this the Home Depot song? I don't know. I just put intense music. The moment of truth. The moment we've all been waiting for. Tinel, you're such a troll. What will it be? Heads! It is heads, ladies and gentlemen! Oh my god! Those that have changed their answers did not believe in the heads gang, and they deserved their loss. Heads over tails. You have lost. One person put 40K on heads. What is that, Dinell? And 4 people went tails. 4 god. Oh my god, you guys. I didn't know it was that crazy. No goddamn confidence.
Bruh.
Heads, bro. Were you the one that put heads, Dinell?
Yeah, 40K, bro.
Do you want me to put tails? Do you want to be nice, or? You don't have to, of course.
Put tails.
Really? Give it to them? Give them the points? Yeah. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Like, no joke, give them the points? That's 40,000
I feel bad. But they should all know that they owe me their soul. But press it, tails.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
There's no going back. 40 goddamn thousand. You know how many points that is, bro? That's like...
I got 90K right now.
Jesus!
Just give it to them.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Okay.
Do it.
I did it.
You fucking cunt.
I put it on tails. You guys owe your souls and your lives to Dinell.
How many points do you have, Rosie?
That was great. You really want her to get a VIP. You're so sweet, bro. That song ended perfectly. All right, we're going to end the stream now. Before we end, let me just run the credits because it makes me feel like a cool kid. New followers. Thanks, ZZ, for the follow. Oxygen Pro. I forgot your real name. I apologize. Chimmy for the cheer. Dinell for the sub. And all of you guys for being here. I really do appreciate it. It was very fun. Wait, you prayed that fast? Jesus Christ. Welcome back. Shot back up to 65K. Aw. Dinell, you're mad nice, bro. You're so sweet. All right.
After party.
After party. Join the Discord if you want to talk. I'm not going to be there for like an hour probably to 2. I'm just going to be chilling a bit on YouTube.
I'm going to go eat a snack.
Yeah, I'm going to be eating a bunch of food. But after that, I might be in the VC for a bit. Thanks for joining. I hope you guys did enjoy the comeback stream of this from the subathon. I really enjoyed it. You guys made it fun as always. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow with some Apex Legends with Blaster. And maybe some Fall Guys and stuff. I'm not sure yet. But thanks for watching. And have a great one. The bye-bye button doesn't work. I'm sorry.
Tell me when they're gone.
Oh, not yet. Bye-bye. You do short now, longer later? Okay. Bye, guys.